Protection for your protection. Yeah, it's a challenge. It's a full-time job.
This is 2 years now.
How old is he? Wow.
I just, you know, have some that just don't have that.
Look at that.
Yeah, it was, I mean, we-
Oh, so much. Wow. Oh, wow.
That was 2 years ago. You should see him now. Take a couple of pictures now.
Yeah, you should take pictures of the, is it Kevin? Kevin's the other one that brings.
Kevin actually- Kevin actually goes to the actual one class. He goes to, radio.
Okay, okay.
He goes to-
Oh, that's good.
And I'm seriously thinking. he's gonna be one of them.
It's very fun. Yeah.
What do you want to do? You know,
That's good.
you go always. Just, you all in the way.
As long as it keeps him occupied and out of trouble, that's great. That works fine. Yeah, that's a mess. Yes, thank you. Okay, so I, because the lines like they're not inside out. Where will I be advancing this? Todd, Todd's doing it. Oh, so I'll say, just say Todd. He can hear you back there, so. Okay, she, so, because that is hereditary. Oh, no, he's out of town. I mean, I think we're all just age. But it says. Right. And then you share. Good.
Good, thank you. That was my channel was keeping up with stuff. I can tell you. A lot of stuff.
So, I got it. I haven't got the email, so.
I just.
Yeah, that's too. There it is. Yeah. So. That was with.
That's. I like this idea. Especially. Just for everyone. Stop.
Like that. Like we standing over there, right, I would sit like right there, yeah, or you can stand in front of the TV. Jane, you were asking if. That was I didn't know. Yeah, so I had called, I had fixed you. But I was trying to. That's why. So, I don't hear it, so I didn't want to. I'll try to be consistent with the numbers, and if I'm gonna go anywhere, I don't want to spend this number.
No, that's all good.
And then the other thing is I just, would have given it my best college, won't answer you.
It's all good. I, like I said,
Yeah. Okay. Fast. No, I haven't right now. Oh, yeah.
So I, yeah, I.
Erica, why don't we get the meeting started at 6:30? Erica? Hello? Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of
of the
America.
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I wish to announce that the 48-hour meeting notice was advertised in the Asbury Park Press, the Co-Star and the New Co-Star on December the 16th of 2022. That a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office and that a copy has been filed with the borough clerk. Ms. DeMarco. Present. Ms. DeNoble. Here. Mr. Gubatose.
Here.
Mr. Weber.
Here.
Mayor Fox.
Here. Thank you all for coming tonight. I'm out of town, so I'll be doing as the best I can. Council President DeMarco and Erica will work with me to facilitate the meeting and kind of hopefully keep things running fairly smooth. If you were at the last council meeting, we had decided to start that meeting with a message of a new day. And really what we covered there was we should welcome disagreement because that helps us think through things in different perspectives, but our voice should be a constructive one. The other two things I wanted to summarize, we agreed to be on a new journey for a brighter Bradley Beach and asked you to join us in that new vision with some rules of engagement. And I'd add one tonight that I ask everybody to gauge their tone going forward in these meetings. I did get feedback on that in the last meeting. And I think we have to recognize we're all neighbors. We all live in the same town. Let's try to gauge our tone on how we address each other. Again, thank you all for coming tonight. This is our third meeting of the year. I hope you weathered the cold last weekend. We have a number of topics to cover tonight. Our BA, Kim Humphrey, did return from work last week and for medical leave last week, back to work. But she won't be here tonight as she had a follow-up doctor's appointment that was fairly important. We have a couple of interesting workshop topics and a couple of ordinances one for introduction and one for adoption. So we'll jump right into it. We're finally moving on a short-term rental ordinance. It's very exciting to me. We went through a workshop on this last September. We followed up on some things, made a couple of modifications, and I feel like we're in a pretty good position to move that forward. We did put another workshop.
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
one moment, I'm sorry. For the record, please, our borough attorney, Christine Malamet, has just shown up for the council meeting at 6:35 p.m.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize Christina wasn't here. I would have given her.
It's
a minute
okay,
to
no, that's
start.
all right.
Sorry, Christina, I'm in a remote world here. I'm in cyber, but it's not actually too bad. It's good visuals. We did kind of as a courtesy tonight, put an additional workshop on because it has been since late September that we reviewed this. I asked Paul Murphy, who's been working on this and making sure the language makes sense, to provide us an overview before we get into a discussion. So with that, Paul, maybe you could come up and give us your short-term rental wisdom.
Sure. So the mayor and council obviously have this, and then we're going over some of the main highlighted points of this. First and foremost is the document as a whole, that it addresses short-term rentals. It addresses them and puts some rules and regulations on. So that's number one. What to do with rules and regulations on short-term rentals. It defines a short-term rental. It puts a minimum stay period of 7 days. So you can't rent a property for 3 days. You can't rent a property for 4 days. You can't rent a property for 6 days. Minimum stay on a rental property is 7 days. Caps it at the top end at 90 days. So if the property is rented between 7 and 90 days, it's a short-term rental. There's a $500 fee for a short-term rental permit. That permit is an annual permit. You will not get an application or date for your certificate of occupancy if your short-term rental permit is expired. It establishes some parking guidelines in here. Occupancy is kind of like for the zone, occupancy is in here. Those are the biggest things that it does. It's addressing the problem, it's setting a date on it. There's a revenue stream coming in. It has some parking regulations, it has occupancy regulations. A lot of the things like the parking and the occupancy are impossible to be proactive on and stay ahead of. This document is both proactive and reactive. All right. So if somebody's sneaking into an apartment tonight, right now, don't know. No way to know. Somebody's got an extra car in the parking lot tonight, no real way to know we're not. Same as if somebody's got the bid doing 100 miles an hour down Main Street right now. Don't know. But when we see it and we're aware of it, this document then provides the reactive measures and puts functions and mechanisms in place to address it. Right? We can revoke the permit, we cannot issue the receipt moving forward, and penalties and fines can be issued for anybody violating this. So those are some of the real main quick hit big issues that this addresses and calls out. So
Thank you, Paul. So with that, I'd open it up to any council comments or open the dialogue, please.
I'm going to start, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. For everybody that doesn't know, Paul Murphy is the code enforcement officer for the town. So if anybody's doing 100 miles an hour down Main Street, our police will know, just to make sure that everybody understands that. And thanks for going over the major tenets of this. Paul, does this require that short-term rentals are only available to owner-occupied properties?
yeah, so it calls out that if it is a 2-family dwelling, one of the units has to be owner occupied. And I think the premise behind that is to limit the short-term rental. Listen, short-term rental, we're really trying to is a different term for an Airbnb, which is the problems that we currently have with people renting spaces, dwellings out for extremely short periods of time, weekend, Friday and Saturday and Sunday. And when you have one of those on the property, it brings it up of its own issues. But if you had a multi-dwelling property and you had 3, 4, or 5 units on that property, that kind of becomes a whole different process or problem per se, because now you've multiplied the factors of that short-term rental by how many units are on location. So by calling out a 2-family and saying that one of those units has to be owner occupied, you've now only given it a choice to have one as a short-term rental. Or a single family unit. So on page 2, where it spells, or sorry, maybe it's right. It spells that out. It does put limits on it, for the owner occupied. So condominium units where condo association bylaws, should be allowed. Single family residences are allowed to be used as a short term rental. But then when you get into one unit within a two family. And then on section 4 there, it's no more than 2 units in any multifamily. And again, that's to limit the overall number of these you have occurring on any given property.
So when you say 2 units in a multifamily meaning 4 or
Multifamily meaning 3 or more.
3 or more is, okay.
So again, if somebody came and bought a 3-4 family house or 2 family house, you can't turn the entire thing into a short-term rental.
Okay. I appreciate that. Let me just say, this is, we did workshop this back last year in September, and this is very, very different. I appreciate some of the differences, because when we had asked for a 7-day minimum. I am in favor of making this for owner occupied if that's workable, or some version of owner occupied. I just have to say that the $500 fee on an annual basis, that is problematic for me, because I feel like that's going to encourage more people to do this, or to do it more. Like, I was hoping for an ordinance where, well, the last one that we were presented with was 2-tiered, as you recall. We had, for however many times that you were going to rent out, there was like 2 different tiers of 2 different levels of that. My concern, if somebody just wants to rent out like 1 or 2 times a year, they're gonna say, oh, $500, geez, I mean, that's a lot. So we're gonna have to rent it out like 5 or 6 times a year or whatever to make it worth our while. So I feel like it's gonna kind of be encouraging more of that. And if you have a big house with 10 people or whatever, like, okay, $500 fee, maybe that's like no big deal. If what you have is like basically a small unit, a back house or something like that, that's kind of small, and you're not gonna get that kind of rent, I think $500, it's a little problematic to me. I'd love to see something that, again, like a 2-tier, like if you're gonna rent a lot, like every weekend, okay, $500 for the whole year, that sounds fine. To me, I'd like to see something for smaller landlords that, they're paying less and they're not paying so much that they're gonna say, well, it's only worth it if I rent this out a lot more. So those are my initial thoughts, but I appreciate the work that went into this.
Anyone else?
Yes. I don't know if you can see me, Mr. Mayor, but Gubatozzi has some.
Yep, I can see, yep, it's fine.
So I'd like to just quickly share with the audience that I put together my own thought in preparing, I should say, for tonight's session. Just my own thoughts around objectives that I think we'd like to achieve as we move forward with a short-term rental ordinance of some sort. And I, in the spirit of sharing, sent out my notes this morning, albeit late, but I was preparing my own thoughts, and then I thought, I'll share them with the council. The mayor responded to me today that my comments were too late, that this was basically, his words are, this is too late. I believe we have a good ordinance for tonight and hope we can get this moving. Well, he also mentioned that we had workshopped this in September, and as Councilman Weber noted, this ordinance version has changed dramatically since September. So I consider that progress, but I think we have every right as a council, and I'm going to speak only for myself. I think I have every right as a council person to ask questions and to raise issues and to be prepared to not vote to introduce this ordinance tonight. In fact, that's a whole separate issue. We typically don't introduce ordinances the same night that we workshop them. So for a lot of reasons, I just want to share with the public, I'm starting out a little bit on the defensive because I thought I was sharing comments openly with the council, only to find out my comments weren't necessarily, or my effort to share was not necessarily appreciated.
Yeah, Councilman Gubatozzi, it was in the spirit of, we sent this out on Friday, and I was caught by surprise that the extent of what you put out there this morning. And, what came to my mind was, oftentimes perfect is the enemy of good. I think we have a good ordinance, and it's one that we did use from Highlands, and we made some modifications, and we'll continue to discuss it. But and you have every right to bring up what you want to bring up. But my response was that morning of the meeting on an important ordinance like this and workshop, it just caused me concern. So with that, let's continue.
Yeah. My alternative, ladies and gentlemen, was either don't share my comments, my thoughts to self, or share them and let the council determine whether or not they had time. And I very pointedly said that. So I just want to make sure everyone understands the challenges we face sometimes in trying to share and collaborate in an environment where certain folks have determined what the outcome will be already. Specifically, I actually think there's a lot of really good stuff here. So thank you very much, Paul. Are you the primary architect of this?
Yeah, so in open honesty, what you workshopped prior, there was an entire other ordinance that was entirely separate from what I had originally submitted. Where that came out, how that came out, don't know. This is the document that I have been working on. Okay, great. Since initiation.
Well, and I went through.
And I did get yours. I did go through, make notes on yours.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, and if you notice that my notes that some felt were shared too late, were really meant to be a checklist. And then if you go through those notes,
Exactly what I did. I went through and checked off all the ones
Yeah.
that we accomplished in this ordinance that's here tonight.
exactly. And to that extent, and there are a lot of items that on my personal checklist were in fact checked off by your draft. But thank you very much for that.
And on the same point, there are 2 or 3 that are not, that could be discussed. And there's 2 or 3 more that are unique to the ordinance that you copied and pulled down from, all due respect to other state, so.
Okay, no, that's great. What I'd like to share with the residents is just what I summarized as 3 objectives for me personally, as a council person trying to represent the greater good. 3 objectives. One is for me, as I look at this, to preserve the family fabric of residential neighborhoods through consistent monitoring and enforcement of rental properties within the borough. 2, treat all rental properties as consistently as possible and align with state statutes related to public health and safety, registration and administration. For example, insurance, noticing to the public, etc. My 3rd objective for me personally, to enhance the value of seasonal and long-term rentals. The idea there, and that obviously a little bit challenges, the nature of different rentals, short-term as opposed to those 2. I'd like to enhance the value of seasonal and long-term rentals because I think those seasonal and long-term rentals tend to be less transient. They tend to have fewer cars per residence. And I think that helps create affordable, longer-term rental properties in the borough. So to the extent there's money to be made on short-term rentals, to some degree, my goal would be to discourage the rapid growth of short-term rentals. That I'm just trying to be honest, let the public know what I think. Paul, to your point, there are a number of things that I actually really like in the ordinance, but one of my concerns, one of my questions, I guess, really, Councilman Weber mentioned it. I'm not thrilled with the flat $500 amount, and I know that's something easily changed, right? There are a number of years ago, there was a woman who addressed the council when I was sitting in the audience. So this is more than 3 years ago. I've been on the council 3 years. I apologize, I don't remember her first name, but it was Sal Gelisetti's sister, who basically said to us, said to the council at the time, the structure we have today, it was not fair to smaller, less revenue generating short-term rentals. And she was really speaking on behalf of herself as the person who was an owner of a property that had short-term rentals, but relatively small units, I guess, and small dollar revenue generation. And she contrasted herself paying the same dollar amount in a fixed fee way to folks who have much larger properties and or maybe renting, much more excessively and getting more money. So she had encouraged us, the council at the time, to consider something that was a little more variable with the amount of revenue being generated. I know that other municipalities have versions of a percentage of revenue. I don't know how that works, but I noticed we did not include that as an option.
It becomes extremely complicated to then track, multiply, divide, and account for that. A
Do-
real simple solution that's, if 500%, if 500 is too much, again, this is 500 per year. Can somebody do a revision and split, it? Make the short-term rental permit valid for 6 months. Then people that are here, not here in the winter, can rent out in the winter time and do what you want with the fee, make the split to the thing, 250 for 6 months, 500 per year, it works out the same.
And what I'm wondering is, first of all, we're thinking about having two COs where we actually go physically do an inspection per year. Presumably one be at the beginning of the, say, summer period and.
Basically, on March 1st and October 1st, when the state calls out that the heating facilities have to be on after October 1st, so you get an October-ish one to ensure everything's ready for the winter. And then a May 1 to ensure everything's going to be ready for the summer. At any given time, should an issue arise, I can do the CO at the next change markets. Or go out as code enforcement and inspect the property.
I like the idea because I don't think it's practical. You tell me if I'm wrong here, but I don't think it's practical to expect you or even a beefed up department to be able to, if we have 100 properties, I'm making this up, but it could be at least 50 and probably closer to 100 properties that are having some element of short-term rental activity. For you to get out, you and even a team to get out every Saturday morning as 1 week's tenants drop out and the next week's tenants come in. I don't see
So,
it, how
so
that's
the
practical.
thing, right, so again, even if we had 500 inspector for each property, it's still consuming, it's still a lot on rent. Number two, the state fire code doesn't call for that. The state fire code, which is the most strictest code of anything we're gonna discuss here tonight, says we can allow that certificate of smoke detector, carbon monoxide, fire extinguisher compliance to be done on a seasonal basis. It doesn't give a finite frame to the word seasonal, but it puts it as seasonal.
Okay, great. Now, my concern, my question / concern is. In the world of short-term rentals, it's a little different perhaps than what our fire code anticipates today.
No, we actually, it's reversed. The fire code was changed to conform to short-term rentals.
Oh, okay. So here's the question.
So that because when it didn't, 15 years ago, the fire code said every single change of occupancy shall have this inspection. It became a problem with short-term rentals there.
And that, okay, and that's actually the way we operate today, every change of occupancy. Okay. So here, but my question is one of safety. And from a safety standpoint, in the world, my observations about the world of short-term rentals is you get all kinds of transient guests. You get some that are very, nice and pleasant and conduct themselves wonderfully. And you might get others who like to smoke and want to deactivate smoke detectors and do other things that might impair the safety of the residents. Now, if we're only checking for these activities, if we're only checking twice, are we exposing ourselves and our residents to increased risk?
No, so again, the state fire code allows. The state fire code says that it can be for a seasonal period.
No, so it allows it, but beyond the allowance.
Not allowance, sure we can, but now we're go kind of doing Pandora's box. Beyond the allowance, we can go multiple ways. We can discuss many things to make any building safer.
Yeah.
I hear your point is valid.
Yeah.
But I can tell you what the fire code that applies to that topic says. It allows it to be seasonal.
So again, I've been looking forward to this conversation. Are you aware, is there any way of structuring CO activity that we could say, these 2 times of the year, we're going to conduct COs. But could we create an language in an ordinance that would also say, if you are a registered short-term rental property, the borough reserves the right to periodically do an inspection, like kind of a random.
Yeah, well, yes, it should be. So again, we're not making every CCO in town biannual. This is only for short terms. If you
Right,
have
right.
if you have a seasonal or a 5-year lease under, that's all still the regular CO process. We're only discussing short-term rentals. Yes, and that would be my intent, that outside the scope of getting your biannual inspection, okay? If a problem property arises, if there are 13 or one fire calls there and the fire department goes out and says, hey, smoky deck going off and the others are taken down, I'll be there the next day. It's not even a question. So as problems arise, those properties would get more attention. Whereas somebody else's property is inspected, is always compliant, it doesn't. And that's honestly, that's what's going on in some of the other towns that have it set up as quarterly. I'm not gonna say wasting your time, because it's never wasting your time, but you're putting valuable resources, time, energy, and manpower into inspecting properties that quite frankly never had issues. While then putting the same time, energy, and resources into ones that have issues. Where you're better off directing your resources to the known ones that have issues. While at the same time paying attention to the other ones, you're still doing your biannual, and if a complaint comes up, you handle it. But yes, that would be my intent, is that if any short-term rental has issues that come up at any given time, at the next time they walk in the office and file their CFO, because they're still doing that and filling out the forms and dropping off their application, when that one comes up, I already have it flagged in our computer system that there was an issue here, and when they walk in the next time to drop that paperwork off, see you next week for an inspection. Nobody moves in until I do inspection.
There-
And then that process could continue every single time until I straighten out the issues and get compliance from them.
Yeah, and I also have to believe if I'm in a short-term rental and I walk in and there's no smoking, the place smells like smoke. I'm gonna let the owner know that, wait, I want to let you know that I walked in this place and there's a problem here. I don't want to be charged for it. So there's gonna be some self-policing too, I think.
100%, and that's where some of the Airbnb oversight stuff comes in. I've had those problems in multiple places, but with, not necessarily with the short-term rental, because the people are in there gone. So, and they're paying good money to the landlord and the business owner, and again, there are some checks and balances on the business end of this. Make sure they got reported, so that nobody's running a slumlord cell, for lack of a better term, where the places are dumping, people are coming and going. I've had those issues, believe me, but that's more in a seasonal, or a permanent type rental property than a short-term rental.
In general, I'm not a big fan of trusting that, folks will report this smoky smell. And I'm not a big fan of having a lack of, like a volunteer structure, which I wanted to ask you about this. A volunteer structure of, hey, you guys come to us and let us know if you're gonna be renting, and you file for a permit.
I agree, but that's only one factor that could bring attention to the property.
Sure, but
But on the same point, I could do inspection at property A. I could have done it at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Then people move in, they're gonna do what they're gonna do.
no, I
And
understand.
again, so that's where I have the protection and the liability. for
We cannot cover 100%.
The inspection covers me at time of inspection. As Soon as we walk out the door, I can't control what goes on inside the property. I'm told there's an issue that brings me back.
I understand that.
Hey, can I jump in? Because Al's previous question was about random inspections, and you talked about a bunch of other stuff, but is that a possibility? Is there any chance?
You would simply add a line here that says, upon receival of a complaint.
Well, that's different, like receiving a complaint, like he's just talking like random, like, are we allowed to actually do random? Like you said, there's 100,
Then you're breaking, then
that's what I figured.
you could, but then you're not sure who's gonna determine who gets a random one. You could phrase it in there where, yeah, every property is, outside of the biannual, you're subject to a random inspection.
Yeah,
If you simply have that phrase in there, just walking through, the mechanics of it, you could.
the
And
reason,
then the ones that are compliant don't get a random inspection, and the ones that do.
well, no. We don't know if they're compliant. I mean, they're compliant at the beginning of the year, they're compliant at the end of the year. The reason I was asking about the random is because if that wording could be inserted and it included language that said, and if you fail, you're subject to a fine of X, $500, whatever. The idea being, it puts the onus on the landlord to make sure that batteries are checked, that things are reconnected.
Absolutely, yeah, no, that's why I'm in favor of that language, to give me some type of authority to then, at any given time that we see fit, put them in a more stringent.
And
inspection
if there are 100, I'm making this up, but 100 properties registered, you might just pick 5 a week, just randomly, use a random generator or just, put a blindfold over your eyes and pick a number, but
Well, no, see, that becomes an issue.
that's what I'd like to know.
No, that's that would not work.
Because I'm trying to get beyond just.
Because the inspection needs to be done at change of occupancy. I cannot go back into an occupancy that's currently occupied and do a CCO inspection. That does not work.
Okay, but that ties to a separate question. We do anticipate having a registry of residents, correct? That would be updated.
That's already occurring. That happens on a daily basis through the inspection system. When you come in with an application, there's owner occupants are on it. Those occupants get entered into the system.
But if they change every week, how do they get?
The owner is still required to drop off that normal CCO application on every basis at change of occupancy.
Even though you're not,
Going out. and
Doing
performing,
it,
we're still collecting all the information and the revenue and the paperwork. Yes, and then that gets put into the computer.
and we're doing,
So that if tonight there was, I get called to a residence, please go to residence. We could either just look on the street ourselves or tomorrow morning come in and who was there, Joe Smith and Bob Smith. And I open up the property and I have
okay,
Jim Jones and Bob Jones.
so
I
that,
can just request some silence from the audience. It's kind of getting loud up here, please. Thank you.
thank you, Council President. So that could be the trigger, somebody coming in with a new change of, an updated list of
Yes,
residents.
that's when it would happen. Yes, so let me look through that. Biannual, May, October.
But the random piece could be.
The random
triggered.
piece, but I think you're more prudent basing random off an issue. An issue arises. Because if you put random in there, it's gonna get subjective as to who's getting random inspections and who's not. And it would be problem properties, not properties that are compliant.
I'm
But-
100%.
But that then reinspection, the random reinspection would have to occur when they walk in to then change occupancy next.
Okay,
Before the next set of people moved in is when I would have to do that inspection.
okay,
And that's when they would be held up. Now, that may cause them a problem. I have people coming tomorrow. Or I have people coming at noon time today.
Okay.
Okay, your inspection is scheduled tomorrow. You're gonna have to wait. That's now your disruption and your penalty because you were not compliant.
Another big issue that I'd like to understand is the notion of owner occupied. In this current draft, we define owner occupied. But we don't, that I saw at least, we don't have language that says must be owner occupied, must not be, whatever, in the actual ordinance. We just have a definition of it, so it's,
Correct. Well, so right now, I'll refer back to section 3, which then calls out what properties can or can't be. What properties can be used. It defines owner occupied, you're correct, but if you go to page 3,
Mhm,
section 3, when it, regulations pertaining to short-term rentals,
mhm.
and then under section B there, those are the properties that again, this ordinance allows.
I'm sorry, does it stay in here? I'm looking right at it. Does it say,
Two single-family residences?
does it say owner occupied?
No, you then have to get into the multi-family properties before it brings that in.
Well, I mean, whether it's a single family residence, multifamily residence, it may or may not be owner occupied, right?
I think it says that in C2, who's not eligible.
Help me.
C2.
No, I see
Yeah,
C2, where
okay.
does it say owner occupied?
Yeah,
Mm,
which
Um,
occupants.
Which
neither
occupant
the
is
owner-
neither the owner of the dwelling unit, but it,
But on C2 calls out a room. Which is not a dwelling. So whether that's just verbiage
Right.
or.
so I guess a comment would be,
C2, I think the intent of C2 is that you can't rent out rooms.
yeah, right,
End of story.
not a room in your home.
It's not a rooming house, and there's rooms, you can't rent out bedrooms, can't rent out.
So just as a takeaway from this discussion, if that's the council's objective to require owner occupied, we probably should have a statement to that effect.
Modifies would say something.
Now, the question is, my understanding is, there are a significant number of lawsuits that occur when other municipalities have language to that effect, that Airbnb and the VRBOs of the world get pretty aggressive about limitation like that. I just want to understand, what's your understanding of, the strength, of that provision surviving,
That only a owner
owner
occupied.
occupied?
I mean, I've seen other municipalities limit to owner occupied Airbnbs, and I think it would be an issue of the homeowner with the liability concerns with the borough rather than actually Airbnb or VRBO.
Okay, because our definition would be that you've got to have per your ordinance draft. You need a driver's license showing that that's your primary residence. Now, that person's primary residence could be this house or apartment, but they could go to Europe for a month and rent that property. They don't have to physically be at the property as long as they are, as long as it's their primary residence. That's my understanding. Is that accurate?
Another, yeah, I don't think you're inaccurate. It's another very valid loophole way to skirt around the system. Because that does happen. I go to inspect somebody's house and their clothes and their kids' toys were in it. And I'm like, whose stuff is this? Oh, it's mine. I'm going to Florida for the weekend and somebody else is staying here. At that point, it's owner occupied, but not physically because I'm on vacation. So that's.
Right.
That's a valid discussion to have. That's a valid-
And again, for the benefit of our audience, the principal residence, and I like the definition, but I was trying to understand how it works in practice. Principal residence shall mean the address, one, where at least one of the property owners spends the majority of his or her non-working time. And two, which is identified on his, and it is an and, not an or. Two, which is identified on his or her driver's license or state identification card as being his or her legal address. So I quickly thought, okay, if I want to rent my home for 2 months, this is not restricting me from doing that. It's my legal residence. And I don't have to physically be there. And I know some of the ordinances that I've looked at focus more on having, and I know you do this, Paul, you have wording in here that says, if the owner's not around, you need a property manager or somebody available within 24 hours.
Correct, but that doesn't solve the way you're bringing it up.
Right, so I just want to make sure, is that something that's appropriate? Are we intending to do that, or do we need to, address that language? And I know I've gone on a while. I'm just gonna rattle off some of the things. Paul, it sounds like you might have these checked off already, but I did think the penalties, I'd like to see them tightened up a little bit there. It's like, if you have a violation, the penalties between $500 and $5,000, things like that. Or maybe they're-
A lot of that is right out of the ordinance book out, so that the board has,
okay.
depending on nature of the violation. They have some freedom in there.
So Paul, you said, I think you've got your own checklist, as I went through my checklist. Identifying that local contact person was important,
That's all in there.
all the evacuation routes, things like that, trash and recycling.
Yeah.
The process to track complaints, I guess that just comes through you.
It's all in our inspection system that we currently have in place.
I think the other.
Notification for zoning is done, tracking complaints is done. The advertisement is addressed in there. Item P and R for the gross receipt rental fee, that's all brief to me, that's nothing I've ever.
Yeah, I got that from another ordinance.
Yeah, that's all. I know. Three is something that we're not doing. For the SDL portal, SDL is all fine, not being used. We now have GovPilot, which has a similar feature, which we haven't coming on yet. And that's it, but yeah, it doesn't have a page number on it. On yours, it was called a short-term residential rental is defined as. On that page of yours.
Yeah, there were some weird definitions in general, I thought, in ours, like a transient space marketplace.
Yeah, that's all.
We have a definition for it, but we don't reference it anywhere.
Yeah, that's a lot of new stuff to me that I never seen before until I got here. That's something we don't have at the moment, so.
Is that referring to like a website, like an Airbnb?
Pay an outside vendor to scour the internet to track rentals. To then cross-reference your number that you've assigned them. And then they dive into your software to make sure that it had inspection or has an inspection. You're paying an outside vendor to do our work and oversight.
Okay. Well, on that note, the borough a couple years ago had hired a host compliance. It's an outside vendor. It sounds like what you were talking about. Without getting into a lot of detail, what I liked about the concept, the vendor, I don't have a preference one way or the other. I'm sure others do this. But this particular vendor scoured Airbnb, VRBO, other types of websites. And they saw who in our community was renting on a short-term rental basis. And the idea was they would identify, I don't know, 50 locations that are renting in Bradley. And then if we had a registry of renters, which we didn't, they would match it up and say, hey, you got 40 renters registered, but there's 50 advertising. And they identified the 10 that you could then go out and knock on the door and say, got to give you a warning if you're not signed up. But, and I know they had other modules. They could do some of the tracking of the weekly transient renters, whatever the word is, transient occupants. They could record complaints from residents and neighbors, and it was a pretty multifunctional website, as I recall. It wasn't crazy expensive, but is there value in the reason I like that, by the way, before I set you up with this question, I like a proactive approach to monitoring that doesn't just rely on neighbors reporting
Right,
neighbors.
well, this is not strictly relying on neighbors. I've never seen that system. I've never had actual hands-on work with that. If you're doing your inspections properly and you have your processes in place, you're capturing information, not solely relying on neighbors. Again, it does happen. We're talking about an entire town, people coming and going, high number of rental units. There's always going to be something. There just always will.
Sure.
And that's why we're here.
So what about the people who just don't come to you and don't apply for a permit?
Then at some point, we will get them one way or another. The
neighbor
squeaky wheel gets the grease. A neighbor, a police dispute,
Yeah, okay.
an eviction, there's a couple checks and balances. One is an eviction. When they put them people in there without a CO, and at some point that deal goes bad, they need an eviction. And when they go to landlord tenant court, they start looking for paperwork. You need a copy of your CO. Don't have it, got you, now identified the landlord of the property that's putting people in without COs.
Okay.
A fire call, property maintenance issues, there are numerous things that bring us there, not just a nosy neighbor calling up, hey, I see somebody moving a dresser tonight. That becomes problematic in and of itself as we're chasing stuff that's done properly. So there are checks and balances, not solely relying on neighbors, but back to that data collection system. Without knowing how many we have and we don't, I don't know if it's 25 or 50. Office staff can go online and look and search properties. That's not hard. There's finite amount of places that are calling them. And again, we may not get them all, may never, but we'd still be able to scrub the internet for information and line up and make sure that we have them in our system. And if they don't, this gives the foreman function and mechanics to go out and execute and issue penalties and gain compliance from somebody that is not following what you would adopt.
Okay, thanks. I'll cede the floor to anyone else who has questions. Thank you.
I just want to say, I'm very interested in hearing from the residents, and so I'll be brief. It's a lot. It's 10 pages long. It's from the Highlands. I just don't feel like we're the Highlands. I look at Avon or Spring Lake, and I'm like, that's more like us. Like, why don't we follow that? Spring Lake, all they do is say, hey, you got a rental, it's gotta be a minimum of six nights, 7 days. And that's it. They don't give it a special name, and you're treated just like the other rentals. To me, it's a lot more simple. This is a lot. It's almost unrealistic to ask for people, but again, I look forward to hearing from everybody here and sharing your thoughts on this. Thank you.
I just had it, it's more of a logistical question for you, Paul. So as far as under section 4, letter F, a short-term rental permit and rental certificate of occupancy shall be renewed on an annual basis based on the anniversary of the original permit issuance. Just as far as staff ability to track that goes, I know for me, permits that I have on the anniversary basis are a lot harder for me to keep track of than the calendar annual ones. So I was just wondering if you guys do have the ability to be able to track that, or would it make more sense to move to a calendar year, or your thoughts on that?
Again, very valid. Probably either way. Life is simple. It's January 1. That is very simple, but in talking with some realtors and the public, which I get feedback from all the time when this gets out. not everybody rents, that wouldn't comply to everybody whose rentals. Our inspection calendar and permit calendar would not match their rental calendar, they want to bring money in. Because they may not use that permit for the first through January through March, they may only use it for summer months, or can I extend it, can I push it? It's something I've been thinking about since I've been reviewing this, but it's a valid question. Either way, if we did calendar year, or if it's when the day that person walks in and wants to do it, the computer system would be able to track it and flag it when it expires.
Okay, so you're confident in the ability.
In
to
either
track-
way, it's more of what suits us best.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other council comments, we'll open it to the public for, let's say, 10 minutes.
Just so you know, Mr. Mayor, it's a packed house here. I don't know if you could say it, and there's half a dozen people want to speak. I'm just letting you know, and might be kind of skimpy. So,
Well, why don't we say,
Can you see the hands that are raised? If you're not, I mean, I can help you or.
Yeah, I have one hand up there so far. Do you want to do Zoom first or yours?
yeah, let's do Zoom first.
Okay. Mary, is it Mary Ann Spillman?
she's on mute.
Mary Ann, you're on mute.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Thank you. I'm concerned about this.
Can you state your name and address, please?
Oh, yes, Mary Ann Spillman, 906 Ocean Avenue in Bradley Beach. And I'm concerned, I understand the desire to have owners responsible for their tenants. That certainly makes sense. I own a 2-family residence on Ocean Avenue. It cannot be anybody's permanent residence because it has no heat. It was zoned only as a summer rental. I can't have heat in it unless I go and get a variance, which I had to do for one of my other properties. There's no way that I can comply with this, although I have been renting weekly to the same renters for 22 years. And I've never had any problems with doing that. I feel like this is sort of squeezing me for some reason that there may have been problems with Airbnb renters or things like that. I'm not one of those. I have always complied. And even in the beginning, when I was renting weekly, I had to have a CO inspection every single week, every single turnover. And I did that faithfully. Now I'm concerned that there's no room in this short-term rental for a 2-family residence. I can't live there. Nobody can. Nobody can be a permanent residence there. So I can't fit this. I cannot comply with this on a weekly basis. So that is very much a concern for me. I know there is a summer rental license for rentals that are less than 175 days. And that summer rental license is available if you have your tenants, if you give your tenants at the time of application, you have your whole list of tenants and when they'll be there. And that's very different from this short-term rental where it's expected they'll kind of change randomly and you have to notify every time there's a change in tenant. My rentals don't operate that way. I have the same families come back every year. Some of them have been coming for 20 years. And I can get a summer license and I can say, here are the tenants that are going to be in here for this this period of time. This is when they'll turn over. And that falls under the summer license rather than short-term rental. But I am concerned about the last time I went to get a summer license, I went to, a new person now, and I'm used to new people all the time. I was told, well, there's no such thing as a summer license. Well, it's still there. It's still an ordinance. The rules are all there. And to have somebody just say, well, we've decided that it's not there without any legal process for ensuring that is either changed or eliminated is very disconcerting. So here I am wondering how am I going to comply if I'm told when I comply with the summer licensing that it doesn't exist anymore? And I can't fit into this short-term rental because I have a 2-family residence that nobody can be a permanent resident in. What do I do?
You would do a seasonal rental.
Yeah, Paul, I think this is a summer seasonal rental, right? That's a different application and all that, right?
The summer license.
Yeah.
With somebody on Memorial Day, and she can live in October first, she exceeds the 90 days, none of this would apply to her.
But she said she rents weekly, so it would apply to her. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but also she says she's not saying she has people come in and stay for 3 months. She said she has new people every week, if I heard her correctly, so.
Some of
That's
them
not
come,
like-
some of them come for a month, some of them come for a week, but I know when they're coming.
She said,
And that's why I would fit under a summer license, because the summer license requires that you tell at the time of the application who the people are going to be at what time. Whether it's 1 week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, it can vary depending on what vacation options those people have. But this owner occupied for single family residents, of course, you can't be owner occupied if you're renting it out weekly to somebody else. It's impossible. You can't have a single family residence rented weekly on short-term rentals and be an owner occupant.
in her 2-family, she'd be able to use one of the units as short term. And the other would have to go seasonal or yearly rental. Based on how this reads, which is.
Again, may I just request that if audience members are gonna be having conversations, please just step into the lobby. Thank you.
Actually, that's not.
Yeah, because Paul should
One unit is-
still need to be owner.
Yes,
occupied, right?
where the other unit is. Yes, yes, right, and so it's in D3, it's right, one unit within a 2-family residential dwelling. Where the other dwelling is then specifically occupied by the owner and is identified as the owner as his or her primary residence, so.
It can't
But
be,
no,
it can't be
no.
occupied by the owner. It can't be occupied by anybody.
I see the dilemma that she has
Paul,
with this.
Paul, I thought,
It can't be the primary residence because it doesn't have heat, it's a summer dwelling.
We can fix that.
yeah, Paul, it's because it doesn't have heat or
It can't
air
be primary
conditioning.
residence.
There's a couple of sites in town that have that. Isn't that a separate application process because it is seasonal by definition? It can't be in there in a week.
Yes, it is, because it is, right, it's again, it's another one that fits in between. It can't be occupied past October 1st because it doesn't have heating facility. It can only be occupied after May 1st. So those, for state, when you don't have heating facilities in house, you're May 1st to October 1st. So
Right.
she could operate within that, and follow. She would fall into this because she's putting people in there on a weekly basis. And that's what this is put there to capture, but then this eliminates one of her units.
I think we can fix this with a,
It's,
well, like a one exception, you know.
yeah, there's a caveat in here.
Yeah, it can't be the only place in town that. Somebody can't move in.
Yeah, there's, I think there's 3 sites in town, John.
I think it's fixable.
Well, what do I do? I can't comply with this.
You wait for us to amend this ordinance and then. I think that's what I think.
Well, you know, if you can have single family, under section 3, it says, what's allowed are single family residences, which of course cannot be owner occupied if they're being rented out weekly. If you had single residence or 2-family residences there, that would be okay, because then it doesn't say that, I mean, neither of those could be owner occupied and rented out weekly. It's impossible.
Mayor, do you want us to call the next person or?
Yeah, why don't you just pick them off, Meredith, it'd be easier for you to do. I have a visual.
Next, we have John Naples. Good evening, John. Could you state your address for me?
1009 Ocean Avenue.
Thank you.
I find this ordinance very problematic. I know you're trying to fix a few things, but first of all, I still think there's an ordinance on the books for group rentals that expanded from Beach Avenue down to Ocean Avenue. I don't know if that was ever taken off the books. Does anyone know that?
So that came up early in the process of doing this. There is a discrepancy between. If somebody
Oh, it's been on the books for a lot of years.
I think that came off the books in 2017, John.
Okay,
That's where I was going, John. What is physically in an ordinance book that somebody may give you, that ordinance book may or may not be codified and up to date.
all right, well, I'm just asking the question.
Yep.
The other thing is, I think it's discriminatory to take the two families and make them that you have to be owner occupied to rent one of the units. I mean, I don't think that's fair at all. I mean, if it's gonna be, if you're gonna do this ordinance, I mean, even in zoning, one family is treated the same as a two family. Now, all of a sudden, we're saying we can't do that. I think to solve the problem with Marion and the first lady is just two family doesn't have to be owner occupied. I think it's discriminatory. The other question I have, how do you handle front houses and back houses? I mean, I don't think this ordinance really depicts what we have in our town. I mean, how do you handle a front house, back house? Is that considered a two family? I'm sorry?
I think, yeah, I think it's.
Well, it's when it's sold or anything like that, it goes down as a single family with an accessory structure. So that's not being addressed either. I think, you know, I don't want to criticize somebody that did hard work, but I don't honestly, I think there's a lot of fixing that has to go on with this. The other thing I'd like to see, if there's going to be a license for short-term rentals, as far as safety, I haven't had anyone talk about how many people could go in these houses. I think the fire marshal should go in and write down how many people are legally able to occupy that property. So if there is an issue, it's recorded, and if the fire department goes in there with the police, or there's a disturbance, and there's 100 people in there, there's only supposed to be 40 or 20, at least we know how many people are supposed to be in that house.
Unfortunately, occupancy is not a straightforward thing, doesn't work that simplistically, or it would be done everywhere.
What do you mean it's not I'm sorry, Paul, what do you mean by that?
I can have X amount of, when we're looking for people in a building, that's calculated off the bedrooms.
Okay, so
but-
somebody has to calculate that before they hand the license over, so we know how many people belong in these houses. That's what I'm saying.
As you know, that gets calculated when they build the structure. I don't pull that number out of thin air. That number would have been established when they built the building, so that. would-
Okay, but that number is nowhere recorded anywhere. So I think it's important to know that number. I mean, I have a property in Avon, and when I get an occupancy in Avon, they go in and they slap a number behind the door of the kitchen sink that says how many people are supposed to be in there.
Absolutely, and that.
And I
that
said,
number-
why do you do that? And they said, we do that because if there's a problem, the police go there and they know there's only supposed to be 4 people here, not 10.
I've done that process for many years in other places with the big orange sticker. But again, the number that goes on that sticker can be calculated from a couple different things. I can base that number, and a lot of people just base that number off the number of tenants that are supplied on the application.
Well, I think there's got to be somebody to determine how many people belong in these homes.
It is the construction official, when a house is built and the architect that draws the plans.
Yeah, but where is that number? Who has that number? I mean, I built my own house. I don't have something. Nobody told me how many people I can have in my house.
It's on there. I assure you it's on the building plan.
Well, we
Construction is on.
do have an ordinance that establishes max occupancy, right?
Occupancy is a rabbit hole to go down that.
I mean, it's.
So we have an ordinance. We passed an ordinance in the last couple of years. I don't know why it's a rabbit hole.
Well, because it sets a number, and the problems that come up with a number is when you start tying in bedrooms. So the legal falling out of the occupancy is 70 per bedroom, 70 square foot for the first occupant, and 50 square foot per additional occupant. The ordinance that's in place doesn't quite word it that way and isn't really accurate. It's 70 square foot for the first person and then 50 for each additional. But there is no top end on that. So I could buy a Queen Victorian house and take the second floor and the third floor and knock down all the walls and make that one bedroom. Then I take the square footage of that and I can put that many people in that one bedroom. That then creates problems. Then I have 5, 6 people in one bedroom and 5 or 6 people in another bedroom.
But
So the number of people I can get into a house based on the 70 and 50 can get confusing and windy depending on what the builder or the person does with the house.
So Paul, two things. One is, I appreciate there's always gonna be some exception that's gonna create a little heartburn, but. We do have an ordinance that would, as I recall, was just a couple of years ago, and I've worked on it. That was basically at that time incorporating the state's definition. So if it's wrong, we need to know and we can change it. Right?
100%.
And then,
There are multiple things that tie into this ordinance
Mhm.
that need.
Yeah, and
to
so
be
we should
addressed the same-
cross-reference and maybe that could be part of it. As Mr. Naples says, a lot of people just don't know what that number is and houses they built or moved into or whatever.
Mhm.
But perhaps as part of the permit process, the application process. That
It is,
calculation
so
can be
when
done
when
once.
the application comes in, it has the proposed tenants listed on it. Part of the inspection is to ensure there's enough space in the bedrooms provided to account for the people on there. If it's a clear overcrowd, if somebody gives me a CFO application with 10 proposed tenants on it, and it's well, again, just because it's a 1-bedroom house, doesn't mean it's overcrowded. Because there's a rift there between numbers and bedroom space. But if somebody gives me an application with 10 people on it, and I go in there, it's clearly a 100-square-foot bedroom, and there's only 1 bedroom. It's not denied, it's failed from the get-go. They don't get to move in.
Well, could we flip that though and just say, everyone, we establish what the max occupancy is for every registered renters?
Absolutely, that's a much better way of addressing occupancy is per dwelling rather than per room.
Okay,
Yeah, there's ways to.
Well, I mean, I guess my point is, we're talking about safety, and believe me, I've seen people where there's 50 people in a house, and it scares me. You know, God forbid there's a fire, they can't get out, but somebody has to determine how many people are allowed in these homes. And because the bottom line is, if they're overcrowding, there's a file, maybe the borough is gonna be responsible. Maybe they're gonna have some skin in this game if they gave an occupancy,
But John,
without how many people can be in there.
But it's a reactive measure. The people, how many people?
I think this whole thing is reactive. I think this whole.
We are well over time on this, and then there's a lot of people in the room who would like to speak, so I humbly request that we allow Jerry on Zoom, and then we can get to
Okay,
the people.
I'm
Hands raised.
Thank you.
I just-
I'm gonna turn on the background noise on the other one. I currently, just, you know, I live in Bradley.
Name and address, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah, Jerry Weinfeld. I have a property at 308 and a half McCabe.
Thank you.
Okay, it's a 2-family. Up until recently, I was living in there as primary residence. It's a 2-family, and we'd rent out the other unit. My concern is on the 2-family that you just did. I do get permits when I do COs every time. Want to be in compliance. I had a concern when the first woman spoke, because now I don't live there. I live somewhere else, and it's a 2-family. We want to do everything above board in the right way. Just so you know too, I mean, I'm an insurance agent, I've been doing over 35 years. The way they treat houses as rental dwellings, rental properties, it's the same policy, whether it's a 1-family or a 2-family. They change once it goes to 3-family because it goes into what's called our apartment program. So I think there's a number of people that are going to have 2-family, front and back or other. And getting back to that, I think I want to agree with the fact that if you change the wording, that it applies to 1 and 2-family, and you separate the larger units, because we're talking about hotels, and it's a much different exposure when you have a larger unit than it does 1 or 2 families. That's why it's the same insurance policy. And I know doing it, the premiums are dramatically different once you jump to 3-family. Okay, and I know I'm not a real estate expert, but I would think there should be some type of consistency with it. I just wanted to bring that up and give you my opinion on there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you here? Yes, please, and just state your name and address, please.
Shauna Greenblatt, 414 Monmouth Avenue. Thank you for this. This is really important. You know, I just want to remind everyone that we live in a residential community. And I know my street is residential. It's not Main Street. It's not, you know, for businesses. So the fact that we're all of these towns are now dealing with these challenges of daily and weekly and so forth, short-term rentals is something that we really have to address. I'll just say, I bought my house in 2001. When we were looking for a property, I know that Belmar was going through a whole issue. This was well before Airbnbs and VRBOs and these very short-term rentals. They were going through an issue of weekly rentals. And we're trying to instate, you know, fewer short-term rentals because they were having a lot of young people coming and partiers, and it was impacting the integrity of the neighborhood. So the fact that we're now addressing this, it's time to do this. And I think an ordinance is really required for this because we see how complicated this is. And this is our residential community. So this is really to help the residents, those of us who are living in Bradley Beach. So a couple of questions, and I do think just another remark is that we do need to be proactive. So I would highly recommend that at the time of assigning a permit, that's when the information of the square footage and the maximum occupancy and, you know, the permit gets issued for a particular property. And it's based on an occupancy number, and that'll vary according to from one property to the next. So that's my recommendation on that. So just to clarify in terms of owner occupied versus primary residence, because I know at one time, my primary residence was elsewhere. It's now in Bradley Beach. So if someone lives in Manhattan, say, and owns a property in Bradley Beach, a front house and a back house, they can't do any short-term rentals? Question. Because there are a lot of people who have second homes here, you know, second properties, and they rent them out.
Right, so when we, again, a single family residence can, the riff we're having here is the terminology between a two-family house and then a multifamily. That term being applied to a property with two dwellings on it, or three individual dwellings on it. That's the verbiage that we need to clean up here. The overall purpose of it, which is different from definition, purpose is different from definition, is to limit the number of Airbnb, VRBO, short-term rentals on an individual property. Again, we're here addressing, going through all of this is constructive.
Right.
Because we have issues with those short-term rentals where property being occupied by 40 different families in a matter of a week.
So let's say one individual owns rent
A block and lot, a parcel of property.
a property with a front house and a back house.
Mhm.
It's not their primary residence, so their voter registration is not Bradley
Right.
Beach. Can they do short-term rentals?
It's not directly spelled out.
So what is the feeling about that?
Unless you looked at it through the perspective of, I'm gonna consider that a two-family, and you put that verbiage under the definition of.
Well, and I think that's a reality in Bradley Beach. I think there are people who own second homes, third homes, whatever, in Bradley Beach, who want to get some money and revenue out of it, and they kind of think when they're not there, they can rent it out. And then they have this oftentimes Airbnb situation, so I think that really has to be worked through.
And that just brings into play if the owner of the residence does not live, that's when then the responsible person who must respond within X amount of time, 24 hours a day, has to be on call. That's where that caveat comes in. Because we need somebody responsible for the property. The last thing you want to do, or one, any type of property that is only responsible for it.
Right, so this really has to be clarified as to whether it's a primary residence owner or whether it's an owner of an investment property. So that's, you know, one thing. I guess another recommendation is, you know, I was formerly on the Shade Tree Commission. There are still people in town who do not know that there's an ordinance about cutting down trees. What do? People don't know after all of this talk. I think it's really critically important to communicate this at the highest level to the residents, all the residents of Bradley Beach. Because I think there are a lot of people, those of us who are at these meetings, you know, we kind of preach to our own choir. There are lots of residents who really are not aware of things that are going on. And I think if we want to take this seriously, this has to be done properly to communicate to the residents. I'm sorry, I'm looking at you. I should be speaking to the mayor and council. I think that's critical. And in terms of providing information on the weekly rentals, so to speak, perhaps a portal. There are people, again, who are not on site, who are renting properties. So to have to come in physically to the office, I don't know if that's what the suggestion was, but in terms of,
So the biggest holdup with that right now is taking online payments, which we don't have full information.
but you also need information of who what the tenancy is, you know. Joe Schmo and Jane Schmo are renting with two.
Greenblatt, I'm sorry, but we are over time. We have a lot.
No, I understand,
Yeah.
but there was some answers as well.
The woman in the back?
Nancy Merrill, Ocean Park condos. I just surprisingly have a few observations, comments, thoughts. I did have somebody who rented out the property next to me. I was much more comfortable that they, with each change of rental, got a CO. I do see, I know there was a problem with Park Place last year and people doing all sorts of rentals, and I do see where applications were filed for CO. They're all open on the portal. But I throw that out there. What I also would like to throw out there for consideration. I understand the benefit of saying owner occupied. For me, a big concern is type of ownership. I don't know how this falls into legally, but I'd be much happier to have somebody who privately owns their property and is renting it out than an LLC or an acre. I think that in itself as a whole other realm of the experience of having a renter and their goal and why they're having a renter. It's investment properties by different types of ownership. And again, a corporation, you know, there's reasons we banned the motels and hotels. I think that's something really that should be incorporated, and I do think it's great that we are having a workshop. I don't understand how 5 items were allowed a half an hour. And I would suggest that this whole thing not be voted on tonight. Because it's a big deal. And so many, you know, not everybody's gonna be happy, we know that. But so many I's to dot and G's to cross to protect town as well as people that live next to these properties or behind these properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meadows.
Can I ask a question of the town attorney, but was just suggested here, can we distinguish by way of ownership? Can we say, you know, LLCs are not part of this? What if it's a sole proprietorship or something like that?
You can, the way that you have it defined now is that the property has to be owner occupied, and in order to be owner occupied, it has to be the principal residential unit. And then you define principal residence as one of the two requirements is that it's identified on his or her driver's license or state identification card as being his or her legal address. So technically, an LLC cannot have a driver's license or a state identification card, but to dispel that, you can just say, also say, and is not a legal entity or a legal fiction, it has to be an individual.
But that's like legally okay to do that?
Right, yeah.
The
You're eliminating all
LLCs
these other ways.
Of the world aren't gonna sue us if we do that.
I think I was very, very that.
Gentleman in the red hat?
Brett Morgan, 506 Brindley Avenue. I'm glad, I was at the workshop session back in September and I shared some comments. We have been renovating the bungalows on Brindley Avenue for about the past year. Those things were falling apart. I mean, 3 of the 9 units have holes in the floors that they shoved plywood over. I mean, we reframed everything. I spoke about it at the September meeting. This ordinance is a little, I'm glad we do need sensible regulation, but there's a couple laws that are fundamentally different, as Councilman Weber said, to the original workshop session back in September. I think the owner occupied requirement is completely like unreasonable. I think that needs to go. I think the 7-day minimum is much better than the 30-day. Like, I think that's a good compromise for everybody. I know, Mr. Mayor, you said perfect is the enemy of good. The Highlands, I know the Highlands is where this ordinance was based on. We are in Atlantic Highlands here. Atlantic Highlands is not a beach, or Highlands is not a beach town. So I really question if that's really the best town to take some short-term rental ordinances and trying to adopt for Bradley Beach. Like some people have said, Bradley Beach has been renting vacation rentals for 40 years, 50 years or longer. And I think a lot of that is, it's in our DNA here. So I think it's really hard to sit there and just try and single out VRBO and Airbnb. I was actually talking to a friend that does something similar in Atlantic City. Atlantic City put in short-term rental ordinances, which I think it's $1,000 a year fee to go into a registry. So you have your registry, you have to provide your list of occupants every time. So it's a lot of the safety concerns were addressed. The same thing with fire, smoke detectors, fire extinguishers. But I think really it's more friendlier to people who have come to town and have, whether they're using it as a second or third house or using it as like an investment property. I mean, that is an investment property. We are an LLC, which that concerns me. But I mean, I live here. I've lived in Bradley Beach. I currently live in Wanamasa. I've been here since 2004, and I am ingrained in this community. Every business I have is community focused and community driven in the area. So I just want to frame that just because you're an LLC doesn't mean you're a big mean corporation from New York trying to make money. I think I said lots of scattered notes here. I think the big thing that I get hearing is that Airbnb is like, and VRBO are demonized platforms. I mean, we invested a lot of money into this project, so I'm not renting to partiers. I'm not renting to like 1 night, 2 nights. I mean, I like the 7-night thing. I think that Airbnb as a platform has gone out of their way now to say that we do not permit parties in any way, shape, or form. They partnered with noise monitoring companies now where they'll give you free noise monitors to put in. So if there's anything that registers over a certain amount of decibels, we put Ring cameras on the exterior of every single one of our bungalows. So when guests come in, we check and see who's coming in. And if there's like 6 people on the CO form and there's a 7th person, like they get a mess. And that hasn't even been an issue, to be honest. But we very actively monitor this and we take it very seriously. So I think to demonize Airbnb is just like a platform for attracting young partiers. We don't rent to people under 25. So I think there's other sensible ways than imposing an owner-occupied restriction that can address the safety issues, address the noise issues with residents, other than going and just like shutting the whole thing down. Because that's really what it feels like. It feels like it's just going to be shut down. So, and I know this has been dragging on, so I'll see any time I have left. But I have become an expert in this. So I put myself out there to the council and anybody who wants some like opinions. I'm more than willing to meet. I'm here every day and I'm willing to sit down and work through some sensible regulations. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. Mr. Morgan was very eloquent and made some wonderful points, so I hope they'll be reflected going forward. I do agree with them. I do believe it's discriminatory to require that it be owner occupied. You know, you're setting things apart from other people, which I don't like. So I would say that I look at this differently because I believe this should be 2 ordinances. One should be landlord registration, and that means every landlord, not just a short term. I don't want to separate short term, just lump them in with landlords. And I would base that on NJAC 5:29-1.1, which requires landlord registration. So that's number 1. So charge $100 for the landlord registration, have them do an in-county agent, which is required of state licensed multiple dwellings, have Mr. Murphy certify the occupancy based on our ordinance. The ordinance is number 328-1. And the unit is certified. That's how many people can be there. I did it in Manasquan as a councilman. I got run out of town because people said, I rent the units by the head and I get $9,000 a month. And the the CO, it was a 2-bedroom, got a CO for 4 people, but they were renting it to 9. So, obviously they didn't like me, but it's a health and safety issue is really what it is. And second of all, it would be a 7-day minimum. Make it very simple. It could be a 2-page ordinance. This first one was 13 pages or 16 pages. This is now 10 pages. We can just make it really simple. Short-term rentals aren't special. I like what Mr. Murphy said about biannual, and then you register your people and you pay for a CO each time. You pay the $125 each week, boom, that's it. That'll fund Mr. Murphy's office and won't burden the taxpayers. So that's what I'm looking forward to do. And Mayor, you said tonight, perfect is the enemy of good. Well, we've settled for good for far too long here in Bradley Beach, and it's time for us to get the best. So please take your time with this ordinance and get it right. Thank you.
Mr. Cohen, if I can ask you a question.
Yes.
You just said you would make this 2 ordinances, one being the registration for landlords, and then you're saying you didn't specify the second ordinance, you're saying the second
No, the
ordinance.
second ordinance is the rental ordinance,
Everything that was
7-day minimum.
Gotcha.
I would say no, doesn't have to be owner occupied, but you're holding everyone to the same standard. These short-term rental people are not special. They're just landlords like everybody else. $100 landlord registration every year, certify the building, have them have an in-county agent. And both ordinances can be done very simply, and I believe that's the way to do it. So thank you very much.
The woman in the back, last row, yeah.
Jamie Hausman, I have a house on 104th Ave. So there's a couple things that I wanted to just bring up about this. I feel like no one's really, except for Mr. Morgan who just spoke, I feel like no one's really talking about the fact that as owners, we care about our houses too. I rent out my house. It's a single family house. I don't live there. I rent it primarily in the winter and then primarily in the summer. So I have 2 separate sets of time periods. But I don't think anyone's talking about that this is my house. I've put time and money into this house as well. And so I make sure that when I have renters, I pre-qualify them. I don't rent to anyone less than 25 years of age. I reach out to the renters when they put in a request to rent the house for me to find out who's coming to my house. I want to know who the people are, who they're traveling with, who's going to be visiting my home, because it's important to me also as an owner that I'm not letting my house be rented as a party, because that detriments my business and that detriments me, right? I've spent money, like I said, time and money making my house a place where I want people to feel at home. I want them to be able to come and visit and have a part of their family vacation. I'm doing rentals now for 3 years. I've had the same people come back each year and say that it's part of their family vacations now. And it's something that they look forward to with their children. And I feel like we're not talking about that piece of it, that as owners, we also care about this. It's not just about the money. It's not just about the business. My family's been in Bradley Beach for 50 years. So Bradley Beach for me is home. So why would I want anything that would negatively impact that? I think I'm a little confused. I understand why we potentially need this ordinance, but I'm also a little confused because we have the COs in place. And I think that the same people that are not complying with the COs are going to be those same people that are not going to comply with this ordinance as well. So where's the part that's going to satisfy that? How are we going to find those people? And what I'd like to know, and it's not, I'd like to know, I'm paying $150 for each CO I submit. If I do weekly rentals, that's 12 weeks over the summer. And that's $1,800 for my COs. 75 of that goes to the town and then 50 goes to a tourism fee. I'd like to see where that money's going. I'm paying $2,300 if I add in this $500 fee. So $2,300 for 12 weeks. And that's just one renter, one owner doing that. If there's 10 owners that are also doing it, that's $23,000 that the town's making. And that's 10. And we know that there's way more than 10 houses being rented for each period. So I'd like to know where the money's going into the town, right? There's $50 of each CO goes to a tourism fee. What is that going to? Are we getting more parks? Are we getting more playgrounds? More ice cream shops we want people from out of town to come visit Bradley Beach. That's where we're making our money with the beach badge sales. All out of town people. I don't know what the percentage is, but I'm sure that they contribute a good percentage of our beach badge sales. So why would we want to prevent that from happening? I think also someone mentioned having it against an LLC. I think LLCs are smart business. I think they protect, I don't have one, but I think about getting one. I think it protects me and my family. if something were to happen and someone in my family were sick and I had an LLC, that would protect the government from taking my property to pay for my family's healthcare if someone were to be that sick. So I think of that as a smart business decision. I don't see that as a negative corporation looking to be this big bad person coming in. All LLCs, like Mr. Morgan said, aren't a bad thing. I think it's a smart business decision. And I think we want to see the future of Bradley Beach as smart business. I think in the ordinance, you make a point about having the list of phone numbers and all emergency contact information. I think that's great. I think when you submit the CO, that should be provided to each owner so that they can have exactly what you wanted to say, provided with each rental. I provide that information already, but if there was a standard for that, I think that would be great. I did also have a question about in the ordinance, it said that owners would not be able to advertise on their own properties. I'd be curious as to know why. If we were restricting that, are we also going to restrict real estate agents from advertising short-term rentals? Because they also do advertisements for that. And then I think also, I mean, I'm an owner, I like renting my house, I enjoy it, I like the joy that people get from coming to my house each summer and sharing Bradley Beach with me. So if this is going to be a sticking point, I'd love to have a conversation with those people that are making the decisions. I'm open to being on a roundtable discussion where we're talking to, there's a lot of people in this room, but not everybody is an owner. And yes, it affects people in different ways as neighbors, as owners, as citizens, but having a conversation with a subset of owners perhaps is maybe an idea to consider to figure out what's going on. I strictly use VRBO, except for the people that are coming back year after year. And it's a way for me to gather interest for it. That doesn't mean that I'm renting to 18-year-olds though.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Halpin, before you go, so I can make a clarifying, when you did the math and how much you're paying.
Yeah.
I believe the proposal, and Paul, correct me if I'm right, it's saying you're gonna pay that $500, not the $500 and the CO every week with the $125.
It's 500.
Plus the, yeah.
The existing CO process that we currently do is not changing.
Right, so you pay $125 each week
Is on top of.
and then a $500 per year.
Well, no, but isn't it, you pay it twice, you were saying, or no?
Well, no, that was a proposal, but so,
This says $500 per year.
But how many COs be?
You have to get a CO every time you get a rental.
oh,
So
that
if you're
would,
doing 12 weeks of rental, you have to get 12 COs.
Currently, but I was under the impression the COs would be twice a year under this ordinance.
Correct, so currently
No, there-
the CO only has to happen at the
So-
beginning of the season.
So we're all on the same page. The paperwork and the process still has to be submitted every single time. The physical inspection is binding.
How many times would we charge for a CO?
Every single time there's a change of occupancy. Every time the people come in,
Okay.
the paperwork.
Plus the 500.
Plus the 500. So that ends up being for 12 weeks in the summer, that's 2,300 per owner for 12 weeks. And I'm
Unfortunately, I'm gonna ask
say-
again for silence from the audience. Everyone, please, this is, it's getting a little out of control. Thank you.
I was just, my last comment is, I'm not against paying the fees. If I could see some sort of direct lineage of where my tourism fee is going for every CO and where this $500 fee is going, and it would be great to see the connection with that, because I feel like that's also missing from this. It feels like we have the CO process where we're told to fill out for every single person, their birth dates and who's visiting.
Understood. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, but your time is over. One right here. And then after this, we'll do 2 more comments. There was a hand raised there and a hand raised there, and then we'll be ending this discussion.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Caponegro. I 300 Main Street. I own 2 properties here in town, and I speak for myself as well as I'm a real estate agent, so I am speaking for clients. Just clarification that you now know that it's a CO cost each time you submit a new CO plus the $500. And so I like the thought of the 2 tiers because I have some clients that only rent 2 weeks out of the year. So, and now you've also, the town has also implemented a new inspection that the landlords have to go through, that the air conditioning and heating now yearly has to be inspected at their cost. So you have to hire a company to come in and inspect the heating and air, in addition to your COs that you have to submit and pay for. So that's a new fee this year. And that we're going to start to try to implement this $500 fee, and I could just, my clients, I could just hear them ringing my phone off going, $500, I'm only renting for 2 weeks. I'm paying $150 for the CO. Then I gotta hire air conditioning heating, that's probably $300 for them to come out and inspect the units. And then in addition to that initial an inspection fee of the $500 fee. So if you can please consider that 2-tier, I'm sure that that would help our clients and also the owners of these properties. Thanks.
No, too late, for a place lower. We're all here because we like this town, but I live here along with the majority all year round. And so I look at it with different eyes than the investors. I'm gonna try to make this short, because I didn't get all the thing, but can I just ask, Airbnbs, are they a 7-day minimum? Is that the proposal?
Yeah.
And they have to be inspected each time? No. Twice a year. Oh, but to get a CFO, they have to each tenant.
The
comes in.
paperwork occurs every single time. The physical inspection is twice a year.
Is there a limit? Like I live on Park Place. There's an Airbnb on the 500 block. And there's one on the 400 block. Now I hear in that one that they have thought they can sleep 9. There's 9 bedrooms, so they can sleep 9.
It's possible.
I know. But and the parking, how can you limit parking? You realize if you have 9 people that are gonna sleep there, you're gonna have at least 2 to 3 cars. And not everyone, I have a shared driveway, so I have to park on the street. Plus we have renters, and they have to park. So how can you limit that?
It's really hard.
And the owners of the 10408, they don't live there. It's an investment. And there's a difference between, and I have a little house, and the people next door to me, they come on weekends and they do rent out in the summer. But I'm there by myself. Now, I'm just gonna tell you a quick story. I got time. I was, I had to read it because I walked. On November 17th, about 1:30 a.m., I was awoken from my upstairs bedroom with banging on my front door. And I'm done. I opened the door because I know who's banging. And there's a girl who was, I don't smell well, but she was intoxicated. And so, so I opened the door, and she, I have the wrong house. No, she was I'm sure she did the Airbnb, so then I have to find my glasses, then I have to find my phone, and I called the police, which they did come. And they came back and they told me, they found the girl, Mrs. Lord, and they took her to her house, which had to be an Airbnb. But I was 99% sure it was an Airbnb. And that's that. And I don't feel safe. So it's a community, we live there, and we don't need all these investors making all their money at our community. That's all.
Thank you. And our final comment on this.
Thank you.
Hi, Linda Duffy, 312 Brindley. I agree with a lot of the things that were said in this ordinance. First of all, I have to say that SEO portal, it was like a wonderful thing. We need that back up again, whatever the new website is going to be. Because how are the public going to know that 5 houses down, oh, now it's a rental? We wouldn't know that unless we could look there. Why call the police, call the police in the middle of the night? And we should be able to look to see if they got the permit. And if they didn't have the permit, if you wanted to, call up and complain, you can call up and complain. But what Jean was talking about, that's the problem. You could rent out, saying you could have 6 people living in the house. And now you see like 10 cars there. And they're having a huge party and no one went home. Do you have to always be on police yourself? We can't just relax on our front porches. I mean, it's a very difficult ordinance to enforce. And this is a vacation town, and people do have money-making businesses here because of that. I don't know about the word for it. You know, but I think it's a safety issue when you don't know and how you can tell by square footage how many people are gonna be living there. I mean, we do have an ordinance for how many people can live in a house in each bedroom, right? And you have to be all in the same family. Don't we have something like that on the books?
I want to address occupancy when we're done. I want to cut into your time.
Oh, I'm
I'll
sorry.
answer your
Oh,
question.
no,
I'll answer your question. I'm gonna touch on occupancy, but I don't want to cut. into
Okay,
your-
because that to me is like, I know for their family members, you can have. I think a number of, I don't even know how many family members can live in your house, but if they're non-family. You can only have a certain amount of people in your house. I think it's something like that. But anyway, I'm so glad we had this workshop and we entertained all of your comments and thank you very much.
Thank you. Wait, what was that one?
was in handy.
Well, we did say that was the last comment.
Okay.
I touch on occupancy real quick to clean this up. When we're looking at occupancy. I have the feeling we're looking at it as the focus of, as a fire marshal, I walk into a bar or a restaurant, I have a set number. I have 50 people, doesn't matter who they are, 50 have to go. If there's 52, 2 have to go. When we look at residential, I can no longer simply say, Mr. Collins, I have a 2-bedroom, I have a 2-bedroom house, I'm a lot more people. That math doesn't work. Because of stuff that has got with building codes and how people are taking advantage of it. But I don't have to be reactive. I have your occupancy limit by the people you were giving me on a CLO application. They're telling me Bob Smith and Mary Jones are moving in. That's it. 2 people are allowed to live there, not because of their occupancy, because they are on the CO. Now, if you choose to have a Super Bowl party, I can't control that. If there are 800 people in your house, that's something entirely different than what this is establishing. This is occupancy limits on people that are allowed to live and sleep there. And those people are submitted on the application with their name and their date of birth. If the police department ends up in a residence, they would be able to go onto our computer system and bring it up on the screen and see Bob Smith and Mary Jones live there, and here's their date of birth. They can check their ID, and those people are the ones that live in that dwelling. The other 2 or 30 people don't. Then you have a little parent situation. Sticking the old orange sticker like John was talking to in a cabinet, which I've done, is outdated because of how we capture information and computer sharing information. Those stickers are so that when the police go in, they open a cabinet and 2 people are allowed to live in it. Well, that 2 people are the 2 that are on the application. If the number says 7, it's because there's 7 on the application. It's not the sticker in the cabinet or the sticker that is assigned to your house is 7. But you can still only have 1 because that's all you submitted to me on the application. So we're looking at occupancy kind of through different views. All the items are safety, which is what it's all here for. But we just I need to clarify that because overcrowding issues with the internet tonight is crazy, and it's not what we're doing. It's different than looking at a set number versus the number of people you're telling me. So I just wanted to hopefully clear that up. There'll be 1,000,001 questions on this. I'll be in the office tomorrow. By all means, feel free to come down and reach out and talk, and I'll go through any of all this. If anybody that wants to, I'll listen to the rest of your story.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, passing it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. So the second topic we have tonight is to begin a discussion on our asset strategy. If I go back to January of 2021, we had a couple big things going on. We were trying to resolve what we were going to do with the Lorraine Avenue church that we had purchased the prior year. And a broader question that I posed was, how do we organize our town assets and match them to a mid-long range plan? And really that got stalled by the length of time the analysis took on the church and the final steps that we're taking. You really couldn't do a comprehensive strategy with that as a question mark. So we can begin that now. And during that process of the church analysis, there was a program committee of about 5 residents who did a bunch of good work with the engineer and the architect. They actually came forward proactively with a presentation on borough assets. And again, they took the initiative to update that, contacted us last month and said they'd be happy to present that. It's probably about a 10 or 15-minute presentation, but I viewed it the other day and it looks really good. So I turn it over to Robin Flips, who is one of the two people. I don't know if the other person, Barb Carlucci, I don't know if she's in attendance or not, but I know Robin is. So take it away, Robin.
Who's the one controlling the, he's in the back. Hold on. I don't have.
Todd, can you please put the screen up? Thank
Yep,
you.
it's coming up. It's coming up. There it is.
So as the mayor said, I'm Robin Flipsy, I live at 408 Lake Terrace, and I was on the church committee. Part of the work that we did was to evaluate what the assets were we had in town, or more specifically, what services did we already have in town, so we could better think of ways we could use a community center if that was going to be the outcome for the church. And I want to give credit right off the top to Barb Carlucci, because she worked with me. Many of you know her, and she's a real asset to a project, and she helped me get this together. The why of this, and I want to make sure I cover it, is that we have all of these properties and there's different things going on in all of them, and many of them are community owned or borough owned properties that we maintain and take care of. So obviously we want our tax dollars to keep taking care of them, and others are businesses or commercial entities, and some are nonprofits, all of which provide activities and services and recreation and so on. The different segments of our community are already participating in or attending things there because that's what they choose to do. So it also helped us realize there's never going to be one place where we're all going to go there if we want to take yoga. We're all going to go there if we want to join a book club or, you know, take a class in how to make sushi. But there's going to be diversity of places, and we already have a lot of that. So when I finish going through this, what I'm also going to, you know, leave it up to you to learn something new, because I learned a lot collecting the information, but it's really for the council and the mayor, because this was not found anywhere. When I tell you I was playing like a Columbo, what is the occupancy of this room? Well, it's 48 people, but I didn't know any of that occupancy information until I had to ask, and then people went in and measured. I had to count the seats in the auditorium. I had to find out how many tables and chairs you can put in the rec center. It really wasn't in one place, and I'm kind of a data person, so I like really think we need a spreadsheet. And I think if you want to have, I see Shauna nodding her head, if you want to form a club and you need a place that holds 20 people, you should be able to go to that spreadsheet and find a room that has that. And if you need a kitchen because you're going to do cooking classes, or if it needs to have, you know, easy to clean floor because it's arts and crafts and it's going to involve children, that's something we could put together and make it easy for everybody to find something that they want to do in town. So that's my intro. These are just the opening slides with the welcomes that you get when you get into town. Next slide. Who am I talking to? Where's the?
Another
I included this as the only text slide, or one of the only ones. The planning for any activities in the town should be based on knowing who lives here, and a lot of the demographics are changing, and we have a lot of stuff that's old. So it was probably right 100 years ago when it was built, but many things now could be changed. And a couple of things that stood out to me, we're still at about, you know, a little under 4,200 people, 93.5% of us are citizens. And our mix of white to white Hispanic is 70 to 18, but our median age is 38.9. Now I hear that number and I say, children, people have babies in that window. And those babies aren't babies long. We all know they're toddlers, they're school age, and then they're preteens, and then they're teens. So the, you know, trajectory here is for kids to be able to do stuff in town. But the other main group are people 65 and over. And I'm over that. And I don't see myself needing special services. I don't want to have a special place to go as a senior. But I think both those groups need surfaces that you can use wheels on. You need bicycle lanes, or you need places you can push a stroller, push a carriage, pull a wagon onto the beach, have a walker or a wheelchair. So that was the common denominator I found.
I'm sorry, these, whoever's doing the slide, you can't actually see the numbers.
They want to remove the.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh. Okay. And again, these were just a few that I pulled out. You can go to the 2020 census to get a lot more. We're a fairly well-educated community. We have more people living here who rent where they live than own. I think that's significant. And our property level is lower than the state average or the national average. Median income is higher than state and national, and we have a median property value that isn't over the top, but we're, you know, middle, upper middle. Okay, next slide.
Is that from 2010?
2020. Yeah, the most recent one. So this is the take a snapshot slide, and it's the handout you can use because everything I'm going to say has to do with this. I divided the properties up into the borough facilities, the private and commercial that had something to do with fun, fitness, and recreation. Obviously, we have a lot of other businesses in town, but the idea of where can we go for fun, fitness, or recreation kind of was what I focused on. I have the house of worships in here, houses of worship, and I'll explain why they're there. And the train station only because it's a town you can get to by train, you can leave by train, you can take advantage of using the transit system. Next slide. Okay, so the first public building is our Bradley Beach Elementary School over on Brinley. And just in case everyone doesn't know, we have a theater in there. It was renovated in the past 10 years. It has 228 seats with orchestra seating and a mezzanine. We have a basketball court in there, but it's a 3/4 or junior high size. We have a cafeteria where 220 people could sit. Different number if you're seated at a table, higher number if you're standing. It's an ADA compliant building. There is an elevator. And outside, one of the things again, and I took all these pictures, by the way, I'm not a professional photographer. I just walk around town with my cell phone, just like everybody else who could take the pictures. But there are 2 playgrounds on the school property. There's a practice basketball court with 6 nets. There's a big blacktop area for kickball and I don't know, skateboarding, whatever kids do on that. There are 8 raised vegetable beds, picnic tables and benches for parents or people who have to supervise kids while they're playing. There's a lot on that outside property. And I know it's not always open, but I think there's a lot of hours of the day where people with kids can go over there and play if it's more convenient than trying to get to Boardwalk Park or over to the rec center. Next slide. This is, you know, since all that wording is up, that button can go. The library is a real good meeting place, and it does have a meeting room downstairs. I don't have the photo of that, but it is a room with a closed door that has AV hookups and connections, so you can have movies or videos or meetings that have to do with, you know, topics where it's a private audience. And then throughout the building, there are computers both upstairs and downstairs. They actually use the main floor to have concerts. This was from just this year at Christmas time. And the arts and crafts and games and all of that stuff is always there. So again, I'm a mentor. I'm in the building every week with my student, and there are families with kids all over that downstairs children's room. I don't know if anybody else has ever been in there, but I've never seen such a lively, happy, engaged library in my life as the environment down there in the children's room. Next slide. The Carmen Biazzi Community Center, we all know it, it's right across the parking lot. This is the view from Main Street and obviously the entrance over opposite where we're visiting now. And the seniors meet there, but that room is available for other meetings. There's also a Meals on Wheels kitchen. The Historical Museum has its permanent display in there. It has restrooms that are ADA compliant. Obviously, it's using the same parking lot as this building, but there is accessible parking. And I think the future of that building is under discussion already, or maybe coming under discussion, but it is in the center of town and it has a lot of, you know, history that I don't know how we're going to be able to protect it, but it may be that it's getting crowded because our history is growing. So the Historical Museum could probably fill the whole place if they were given more room. Next slide. Public building would be this courthouse, this room that we're in right now. It's very busy because other communities are using it for their court proceedings, but when it's not being used for a court-related function, you can have a meeting here. You can get your window of opportunity, come in here and do something if you want to. And again, the parking, the restrooms coming in, I don't know if that security thing works, but it's the only one I've seen that thing in the lobby.
So
I
that's
think.
used for court.
Yeah. So you have to remember, this is one of the other assets we have in town, something that has heat and air conditioning and AV and, you know, Wi-Fi, and if this would be serviceable, it's available sometimes. Next slide. The fire department banquet hall, that is a rentable space, although it is also used without a fee for a lot of the community functions. And I love that I was able to get a picture of the empty space with the dance floor, which can hold about 220 people, I think, seated, but it can be, you know, decorated. You bring in a caterer and turned into a sweet 16 party. And it has a full kitchen with a service window. It has parking, and it's a big lot. It goes around the back of the building. It has handicap parking. And when you go in the front, well, if you vote there, you know the building. I'm a poll worker, so I know it very well, but when you go in, that lobby is separate from the main room, so you can have registrations there, or you can collect information if you're having some kind of a meeting or an event where you have to make sure everybody coming in the room has properly signed up and paid, whatever. And of course, it has the restrooms there. Next slide. The recreation center and fields on the south side of town, a hidden gem. Most people do not even know how to get into the parking lot, but I know it's there. There's my car, parking lot. You enter kind of opposite Sylvan Lake. There's an unmarked entrance driveway, but you come in and there's a bunch of parking spaces and handicap spaces and a pathway here that leads up to the entrance to the building. And in the building is a newly renovated multi-purpose meeting room. But first, there's a big lobby. So again, registration and whatever people want to do in a lobby before everybody gets into the main room can be done. And it has restrooms. It has a kitchen. Cater it, have cooking classes, have, you know, brownies, whatever. And the outside is where all the activity space is. There's tennis. It's also marked for pickleball. We have a basketball court, again, full court, but this one has the 6 baskets on it for practice sessions. A great, you know, interactive playground, benches are all around it for supervision. This greenhouse, its future is up for grabs, but it's taken up a lot of space, so it either really could be used as a greenhouse again or something else, but that is on the property at the rec center. And have I said everything on here? Bike racks, playground, the roof of this building has solar panels on it. Just a good show and tell, I guess, if you have a chance to educate kids about, you know, trying to use alternative energy. And yeah, that's it. But the sports fields have a pass-through window from the kitchen that's in there to run the snack stand, and there's bleachers and the scoreboard, but it doesn't work. And again, I had to find all this out. I just went and I kept seeing things, and then I had to check and see, you know, you keep score for the baseball games up there. No, it doesn't work, but maybe it'll get fixed. Next slide. Our best asset. Can't deny that Ocean Avenue is where all the action is for our town. And the promenade alone, you know, it's almost a mile. We, in the summer, have 3 permanent concessions. Many times we have carts or mobile concessions, 4 fully equipped restrooms, the lifeguard and first aid station. We have beaches for swimming and surfing, and we have fishing jetties. In the summer, the yoga's on the beach, and there's surf school up at my end, at the north end. And all that grassy area with all our festivals and so on. So it's a really dynamic, used promenade. But at the gazebo, just want you to know, there's 80 benches out there. There's a big dance floor. I have the measurements up there, 22 by 18, and that's where the salsa and the line dancing occur in the summer. The plaza, which is behind the chairs, is equally huge. And whatever it is you're trying to do, there's a big outdoor space there, flat surface, if there was some kind of function you wanted to put together. And the gazebo does have electrical outlets, so, you know, weddings and things are happening all the time. The bocce court with the four courts, the shade gazebo, the benches, a tally board, night lighting, bring your own equipment. The playground, fully gated, so the kids can't run it any faster than the adults and grab them. And the new seating in there is great. They're Adirondack chairs with tables, and it allows kids to play and adults to sit and watch. And the last event, what? Oh, the miniature golf, which is a private business, but a big draw to town. I mean, people look for miniature golf courses, it seems, and want to come to the towns and have them. So I'm always happy to talk about our beachfront. Next slide. The Riley Park on Main Street. You all know it, so I don't have to go through everything, but the key thing is that it is the festival space, it is our town square, you know, the meeting place, there's memorials there, we hold ceremonies, we have the band shell for both concerts and other kinds of public events, picnic tables or game tables, you know, bring your checkerboard and play checkers. Lot to be proud of there. I think the Public Works Department does an amazing job keeping it landscaped and having it freshly groomed with seasonal flowers and so on. So I don't think there's anything that could improve that, but I'd like to point out that we do have meeting places there. Next slide. I call them the lake parks. So I'm at the north end of town. I live off Fletcher Lake, and we have obviously a boundary with Ocean Grove and a little footbridge, and lots of people like walking across the little footbridge, and there's people fishing all the time down there. There's benches if you choose to just sit and daydream, and at the end, when we get to the beach, we have the duly striped maritime forest, and then was dedicated a seating area recently, last couple of years, which is a very lovely setting. But similarly, on the south side of town, we have Sylvan Lake, which has a beautiful retainer wall and benches and trees kind of strategically planted along the way, and 6 picnic tables opposite Ocean Avenue. So I think we have, again, more opportunities than we realize to have a picnic in this town. Next slide. Lake Terrace Park. This is on Lake Terrace. It's in the 400 block. It takes up the whole 400 block on the south side. I happen to live in the 400 block opposite it. And there, it is the only toddler park in town. All of the other playground equipment is for school-age children and older. It only has bucket swings, you know, you put your legs through them and so on. And it has some picnic tables and a passive field for kids to come with a kickball, or parents to come and throw a softball, or kids in the summer with wiffle balls and bats, but there's no permanent equipment out there. It's grass, it is irrigated, sprinkler system, and it really does have the only trees in any park in town. It's very shady down at the activity end. So when all the trees are in bloom, it's nice to go if you don't like to be exposed to the sun. Next slide. Now I'm on to the public and commercial buildings. Okay, so the Bradley Food Pantry, you know, it's a landmark. But the pantry has been enhanced with ramps which make it completely serviceable for wheeled carts and for any patron that can't make it up the stairs. And it's all beautifully connected to the church. We have raised bed gardens, and we have a big vegetable garden in the back of the building, and it's open 5 days a week and on Thursday evenings. But it isn't active on weekends for pantry purposes, and after about noon until, you know, the rest of the evening, the main room can be used or is being used by some groups for meetings. It's like sitting in the middle of the grocery store now, because we have self-selected shelving for the patrons who come in, but just so you know, it's a community asset and a very, you know, compatible relationship with the pantry nonprofit operation in the middle of town. And the Ascension Center, which I now know used to be called Ascension Church, it's now called St. Teresa of Calcutta Catholic Church. The merging went with Avon, but this building still has a sign that says Ascension Center. So this is the main entrance, and it's like a split level. You go in and you either go upstairs to go to a room, or you go downstairs. This is the side of the building. It has a full basketball court and stage upstairs. And there are table and chairs upstairs. There's a lobby with its own restrooms and 2 doors that I've never been able to get anybody to open. I think one's like a supply closet. The other one may be sort of a snack room. I mean, it looks like it's a split door that they might serve refreshments from it. But a really big space and underutilized, and the deacon over there is more than willing to work with the town in any way that space might be of service to us. The bottom level, meaning you win these door and you go downstairs, if anybody went to the candidate debate. And another enormous room with tables and chairs, a lobby, restrooms, 2 doors, I don't know what are on the other side of them, and it's available. They're really not using it as much as maybe in years past. And the relationship would only be better if we had some regular activities. I think the school's doing something in there in March, Mediterranean. Yeah. Big parking lot there, which the church allows the school teachers to use during school hours because they're not using it. Sunday is when they typically need it, but good to always know where there's parking. Okay, next slide. These are commercial businesses that fall under, my definition of fun and fitness, but we have a brand new, the Ohana Rising Yoga Studio down in the south end of Main Street. The long-standing, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, Jersey Shore Fitness Shop. Relentless Fitness Training is now in the bottom of the building that's on the corner where Giovanno's restaurant used to be, and now it's condos upstairs and a full-service gym features downstairs. And we leave the Healing Arts right next door to the Ohana Studio. And when I was out today, I took a picture of the window on Main Street that has a yoga center coming. It used to be the Healing Bell Times, isn't it that way, son? Near Darcy Tavern. But anyway, the windows are all painted and it's going to be yoga. So these are things that, again, I think we should support them if you're into these things, and that we wouldn't necessarily feel we should have a place that we, offer that closes these out. But also we have yoga in the summer at the rec center. We have yoga on the beach. We have seasonal things like that that are made available. So these are just bonus things. Next slide. The Bradley Cinema coming back. That's what they keep saying, but let's hope so. The good news is this is the original version. The new version will be all glass in the front. The lobby will be a cafe and bar. They have the liquor license from Giovanno's. It'll be the whole width of the building, and it'll be rentable space for receptions and functions. It'll have, it has the architect renderings, tables and chairs. But the theater seating will be the main theater of 180 seats and twin theaters of 40 seats each, all new restrooms. And that is a real anchor to this town. We're one of the few towns that still has a movie theater, only to be matched by the fact we still have a bowling alley. So it's still there, it's still open, and they're still offering birthday parties, and my kids are, 50s and they have birthday parties there. So next slide. The 4 churches that are operating all year round, other than Magna David Congregation, which is only in the summer, but these churches offer services to their congregations that are the community center for many people, because that's where they go for classes and groups and good deeds and fundraising and, making gift baskets and doing things. And I think it's important to recognize that those are centers for people who have their community within their church. And I just was looking on the website for the temple, and tonight, instead of being here, you could be over there having a sushi lesson. So that's on the website, sushi and a discussion about, I don't know, food and culture. It was one, anybody can go. So it's a fun thing to know that these are part of the community. They're assets, and they offer something to people who are not going to the rec center. Next slide. Train station, and for no other reason, just because when you come into town or are going down Memorial Drive, you have a chance to be reminded that we can get to Bradley Beach from New York or from, Philadelphia or from Braidhead, where the train starts, and get off and walk to the beach. And I have a grandson who lives in Montclair, and his big 14, there's not a lot that they can do alone, but he can get on a bus from his house, get to the Secaucus station, get down to Bradley Beach, gets off, gets the badges with his friend, walks to the beach, and I kid you not, they walked to Pete Mills for lunch because they heard that it's better than this. But I think the train station is an asset. And I only put the Jersey Shore Fitness Center mural up there because everybody sees that. If you're driving on Memorial Drive or you're coming in and out of town on the train, that's on the side of that building, as big and bold and colorful as can be. And it's really a great other welcome to the town. So that is my story about the assets of Bradley Beach. Last slide is just thank you for listening. And I don't have all the data on there, but as I said, I am kind of a data person, and I am going to be putting that into a format that will be shareable, and I'm waiting for the council and the mayor to tell me, where we might put it, whether it's on a website or a PowerPoint. It doesn't even matter to me, but I have the numbers for everything. And I walk around and I go in with, reading and counting, because I think that there's no reason that we don't know those things, and it can even inspire, ideas that you wouldn't have thought about doing here in town because we have places. So unless you have like a person with that data, or if you want to add something, or you're having an event, you're having an event in one of our spaces. I personally think everybody's taking pictures and selfies, I do it too, and sharing them where you share them on social media. But if you type in Bradley Beach images on a Google search, you cannot believe how sparse that is. It's like postcards from the 50s, and it's black and white, images and real estate listings. But I think from a marketing point of view, if you're having a good day doing something on the beach or at the various buildings in town and you share it and you can flag it or tag it so that it ends up searchable, it would be good for town. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin, and I really appreciate it. When I saw this presentation the first time a couple days ago, first reaction was, wow. We have real significant amount of assets, and when you collect them all up and you look at the size of our town, it's pretty impressive. So this presentation wasn't really meant to get into a long and detailed discussion similar to the last workshop, which was more of an ordinance-based workshop. This was more to create some awareness, start the process, look at the as-is, start thinking about the to-be, and have some conversation in the coming weeks about what are our needs, how do we proceed with a strategy on this, what do we want to look like in between 3 and 5 years in the context of our assets. We're dealing with one of our assets right now, 319 Lorraine. The next meeting, we're going to be talking about our public works. We've got 2 yards. We are contemplating trying to go to 1 yard. And there's probably other big elements we need to talk about. I probably just hold this open for some council comment and not go in, because for the sake of time, because we're already at 8:38. This was not intended to debate. It was really, again, to create some awareness and recognize the good work that these folks have done to date. I think it's a great start. I'm going to get this on the website because I think people should be able to access it and look through it. Robin's point on Google Images is a great point. I'm going to try to get that out in the newsletter and get people thinking about, put your good pictures of Bradley Beach on Google Images to promote our town. So with that, I'll just turn it over if council has any comments, and we can continue to move through the agenda.
I have a comment, Mr. Mayor. Robin, that was great. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm a little surprised that we had to residents put together a presentation like that, because I thought that Northwest Financial did this as part of the church process. They ran the church, the second church committee. And I thought that and we paid them to make an inventory of assets. And just a couple comments on the senior center. The seniors don't meet there. They meet in the firehouse. And that space used to be more of a community space. I've used it. I know nonprofits have rented it out, shown movies. We can't actually use that in such a way anymore. So that space has changed in the last few years. I know the school there actually is a sign that the schoolyard is not supposed to be used after hours. I think it's not enforced. I think that's because liability reasons, but just technically it's not like, you know, free for all at the school in the playground. And yeah, the theater at the school was definitely renovated. I think it was closer to 15 years ago. I think I could be wrong, but I think it was closer to 15 years ago, not 10. This room is, yeah, people probably don't think about this room. I just want to point out this room has its limitations. You know, God forbid we elect somebody to the council that uses a wheelchair, you know, that's a problem right here in this room. And then everybody's familiar with the fire department, the banquet hall. I'm not sure that you would want to use, I would call it a foyer, not a lobby. I don't think that can be used for registration and tables if there's an event in there, just because of the bathroom and the you know, blocking the entrance and everything. I say same for the rec center. I mean, maybe it could be, but I know when like even on the fish fry, the firemen, they don't set up the ticket taking table, you know, like tables there. They put it in the room itself. But it's a great room and everybody should know it's for rent and you should rent it and support our firemen. So great presentation. I just wanted to add those comments there, and thanks very much.
My quick comment, one, Robin, where did you go? Oh, okay, thanks. Wonderful job. Thank you very much for the work you put into that. As well as, you know, helping provide an ongoing resource for the borough and our residents to, you know, to be able to access your presentation. One thing that, I'm not putting this on your shoulders, you've done your job already, but maybe for the council and for the mayor, residents regularly ask us for resources, you know, I know it's asset management, but resources that are available to them for challenging situations, you know, warming stations, and if there's, you know, hurricanes or loss of power, you know, where do they go? And there are a handful of residents who bring this up every so many meetings. To the extent we create information on the website where folks can go to see broadly our assets, I think we, the council and the mayor, should work to include those other resources for our residents as well. But thank you again for getting us started.
I just also wanted to thank Robin and Barbara for putting that together. When we talk about the talent pool and the volunteers we have in this town, it's dedication like this that really highlights it. So I just wanted to say thank you. And while this focused mostly on borough-owned properties with a few others sprinkled in, I would be remiss if I did not state, you know, our beachfront, our promenade, and our main street, our borough assets. They're assets to our town, and so, you know, I want to make sure we're including those in conversations, in future conversations we're having.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. Great job. Great pictures too.
Okay, why don't we move to the last three items on the workshop? Thanks again, Robin, and we're going to talk as a council and try to progress this and a couple other strategies going forward in 2023. We have three other items on the agenda, and I'll explain that we kind of tried to go with a more open agenda, putting what everybody wanted on the agenda. These last three items, Chapter 5 proposed amendments, Chapter 450 zoning review, and scope of Holman, Frenia, and Allison HFA duties. I can explain these just overview and then see where the council wants to go. There was some, Councilman Gubitosi made some recommendations on some changes to Chapter 5. I think Greg Cannon and Kim was going to work with him on incorporating a more comprehensive view of that, but we can certainly talk about the few that Councilman Gubitosi brought up. Chapter 450, we've had a group working on 450. What happened last year was that our new zoning officer, Donna Barr, came forward and said, there's just so many inconsistencies in our chapter 450. I find myself denying a lot of things that I don't think should be denied from a zoning application perspective if we could get some consistency and some better understanding. There was a group prior to that that worked very hard on definitions and trying to clean that up, which they did. So CME worked with the group. I don't know if they're done or they're about to be done. I gave Donna one more pass at maybe one or two things that she thought really should have been incorporated that maybe didn't get in there. And I think Ben and her were trying to complete that. So I'm not sure. I think CME is there today. They can report out on that. And then HFA, I think Kim's not here tonight. She was going to be, but isn't. I know she prepared and sent out an email on the elements of what HFA does for us. I don't know if we need to talk more about that today or just get a report issued. So I'll be quiet at this point. And, I guess Councilman Gubitosi, I think you're the primary person questioning these, if you want to comment and see where you want to go with this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't help but notice that we've been going at this for 2 hours and 15 minutes. So thank you for pointing out that all three of these, to some degree, were at my request, and we've run out of time for my issues. As far as I'm concerned, I think we've run out of time if we're going to be fair to the public. So I'll let my other council colleagues determine whether or not they agree with me. But I'd like to just make a motion that we table these to our next meeting.
If that's your request, I'll second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox? Mayor
Yes.
Fox?
Yes,
These are being.
sorry.
to-
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay, number 6 on the agenda is presentations and bids and engineering report. Ben Matlack was going to provide a short status report on some engineering projects. Ben, I think I saw you in the audience.
I'm here.
And I think additionally, I think Greg Valesi, the president of CME, might be with Ben. If so, if he could raise his hand and acknowledge that he is there.
Yes, great. to see you.
Thank you. Don't have that visibility.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me here. Just a couple things I wanted to touch on, some of the things that we're working on and trying to advance. I gave a pretty detailed report in December, so I won't go through everything, but a few of the things that have some movement. The improvements to Lake Terrace Park, we had to put that back out to rebid, which it's going out to be rebid. The bid opening is scheduled for the end of February, and we anticipate awarding the project in March, the first meeting in March, and that would be a spring construction.
And Ben, I'm sorry, but just a quick question. Why did we put out rebid for?
The project the bids came back, and it was over the budget that was allotted. So we made some modifications, had some changes to plans to reduce costs and have some deletion items in there in case bids come in high, we can delete and still be able to award a contract.
Can you give us an example of what came out, what's not happening?
For example, there was a rubber safety surface, rather an expensive surface treatment for the playground areas that was intended to be installed, and that's been substituted for a wood fiber mulch. Both are still ADA compliant, but it's a less expensive alternative, and that's one of the items that was changed.
Thanks.
Quickly, I know the zoning ordinance was tabled, but I will just report that I did receive a few comments from your zoning officer, Donna Barr, late last week, and we are incorporating those comments into the ordinance, and I should have an updated version ready for the next council meeting.
A question on that, and you know, I've raised concerns to you in particular, but to CME in general, that the council really hasn't benefited from any zoning updates. In your earlier reports, I noticed a number of them, but most recently, December 12th. You referenced consistently several meetings with the zoning ordinance review committee were held.
Yeah,
Who is that zoning ordinance review committee?
the zoning officer, a few people in this room, some members of the land use board, former members of the land use board, local developers, were all part of the committee. And the mayor was there as well. I think he was there for one or two. He wasn't there for every meeting. I think he just was sitting in on some of them, but
So I'm sorry, so was this I'm just not aware of it. I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but I am trying to understand. Was this a committee established by the mayor? I'm not aware of it, and I served on a committee similarly named for 2 years that was disbanded.
maybe I'm misusing the word committee, but it's basically just a group of people that were selected to work on this with me. And I just had meetings with them at Borough Hall to essentially go over the zoning officer's concerns with the ordinance. And we discussed what changes could be made, how they would affect what the land use board would determine, how they would interpret the ordinance, things along those lines. But as I said, we're working on finishing up a draft, and I'll share it with everybody on the council. I've submitted the prior draft to your administrator and your attorney, and I don't know why it hasn't been presented to you yet.
When you say you submitted a draft of recommendations,
Yes, a draft updated ordinance.
all ordinance chapter 450
Chapter
only?
450, yes.
Okay, and were there like cross references to other ordinances as well, or is this solely exclusive to 450?
Exclusive to 450.
Can I make a request that that report that you've drafted already be shared with the council?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Next thing is improvements to Park Place Avenue. This is a project that is received a 2022 NJDOT grant and getting out of $193,000. If you remember, I gave a presentation to the council on this back in June of last year. We are wrapping up the plans. We're getting ready to advertise this project in the near future, and again, this would be a spring construction. And the improvements to that project include curb, sidewalk, paving, and we also know that that Park Place Avenue is part of phase 4 of the sanitary sewer overall plan that the borough has. So we're replacing the sanitary sewer main. We also know that there are some needs to replace that main based on feedback from Public Works that there have been some issues in the past.
So then does that mean that, so that's gonna be taken out of whatever phase it was gonna be in, current sewer project, so it's sort of like a standalone, we're just doing one street.
Right.
The sanitary on that one, okay, thanks.
Yes. Next thing is we have a few additional grants that have been awarded and we submitted. The first one is your DOT grant for 2023. That was awarded for Fifth Avenue. $219,420. I'm working with your administrator to figure out what the scope of work is, and I believe she said that she wanted to workshop that with the council, so that'll probably be at an upcoming meeting. We'll discuss the limits of that and what the work should include.
Then, I'm sorry, is that a matching grant or is that?
No, that's just a DOT grant. The next one is, I've reported on this before, but we submitted an application for the Bradley Beach Rec Center, Monmouth County Open Space Grant, that is still pending. That was submitted in September. Those, I think, are typically awarded in the spring, summer. We also submitted just recently a local recreation improvement grant. This is a relatively new grant that's provided by the DCA, and that was submitted on January 20th. And I anticipate that to be a spring announcement as well.
Just a question on those last two.
Yes.
I don't know if our audience has this, but the report that you provided to us for February 7th, 11 and 12 look very similar. So could you just help us understand there? You
Yeah.
basically described restriping of the basketball courts and resurfacing.
Right, so we applied for the same project to two different grant agencies. So we're looking for money from multiple sources to be able to do these improvements.
Okay, and do we have you put together estimates of what the cost of our projects would be? Like, have you given the borough a reasonable estimate?
I did, and I'm sorry, I don't have the number in front of me. We did prepare one and I submitted it along with a scope of work to design the improvements. I can provide that to you again, and I can have that available for the next meeting.
Yeah, it's part of the budget too. We've been putting into the budget.
I think just part of the challenge in general is, on a lot of these, it looks like the work is really well done, and maybe there's just a communications gap that we have to overcome, where the council is better informed of the progress.
I've submitted these monthly reports to your administrator for the past year.
Understood, but even as I look at the report, improvements include replacing paver walkways, fencing, drainage improvements, and the very next one says the exact same thing, but I have no idea what the total cost is. I have no idea what the grant applications represent. Obviously, you've had discussions with the mayor and our business administrator, but these are things I think the entire council would like to be made aware of in a little more depth. Okay, but thank you.
Yeah, I would totally agree. And I think having good status reporting with council members will hopefully alleviate that in 2023. This last one is late breaking news. Just I think in the last few days. Ben, why don't you cover it? But it's exciting.
Yes, the last grant that I want to talk about is one that was just recently awarded, Safe Streets and Roads for All. This is a federal grant. It's part of the bipartisan infrastructure law bill. It's a $5 billion program spread out over the next 5 years. So what this is the federal goal objective is 0 deaths on American roads. That is the tagline for this grant program. So they're targeting safety areas of accident history or areas where safety can be improved. So what we did was we submitted an application and looked at all the roads in the town, not just municipal roads, but we looked at Main Street, we looked at Brindley Avenue, Ocean Avenue, Main Street's a state highway, and Brindley and Ocean are county roads. And we were contacted by the grant agency after we submitted the application in September, I believe it was, that some of our application was overlapping with Monmouth County. And I had a meeting with the grant coordinators and the county. We joined efforts to get a better chance of receiving some federal money. So we did this grant application in conjunction with Monmouth County. The county received a grant award for $1.18 million. This is for a comprehensive action safety plan. Now, what does that mean? That's a planning document. It's for us and for the county to identify areas of need where we can implement projects, safety improvements, technology upgrades, whatever the case may be. I'll tell you.
Yeah, Ben, just another quick point on this. Besides the county, Homedale and Highlands kind of chimed in too. So our three communities in the county are going to work in concert, divvying these funds up. But it's exciting that we can really do some safety things on our roads. So I just wanted to make that point on those couple of towns.
Those are the only three towns in Monmouth County that applied, and I prepared the application for all three. So we're the next step right now is we're waiting for the county to receive a grant agreement from the Federal Highway Authority. Once that happens, the county will reach out to each municipality individually, and there'll be like sub-agreements with the county, and that's when the distribution of funds will be determined.
Question, if you submitted the applications for all three, then you could probably tell us if you gave Bradley Beach 75% of it. Just curious.
It was an even distribution.
Was it really about a third is?
It was. So the grant program is, the minimum ask was $200,000 for, creating a planning document. Now, for a small community like Bradley Beach, that's more than enough. So we asked for the minimum for each of the municipalities. The county would need a much larger bankroll, essentially, because they have a lot more roads to worry about. So we applied for $200,000 at each community, and we'll see what the actual number comes out to be. But the exciting part about this is that so once we have the safety action plan in place, it allows the borough to apply for implementation grants. Now that is actual construction dollars. In order to apply for an implementation grant, you have to have an action safety plan on the books. So a lot of the grants that were awarded this round of funding are for these action plans. Going forward, the implementation grants are where you can really get some good funding opportunities. Minimum ask there is $5 million. So I had Main Street in mind when I was, thinking about this. That's just, one of the things that we're going to be looking at, and we'll look at other areas where we can implement safety improvements as well.
Ben, I have two quick questions. As long as I've been sitting up here, we've had residents talking about safety items and pedestrian safety on Main Street and have good ideas. Would you be willing to engage with such residents before? Okay, that would be terrific.
Absolutely. So I think, in my mind, part of the safety action plan would be to hold resident meetings, solicit input, not too dissimilar from the Rutgers study that was done a few years ago, where I believe they had questionnaires and things along those lines. I would imagine some of the same types of things that we would do to really do a comprehensive study for this, and that I think the better we do up front, the more likely it is that we get some funding in the future.
Okay, and then the other quick question is, we've had some discussion about site triangles and that maybe like not great safety and a lot of intersections. Could this be used off of Main Street? So it's like kind of all over town. Could we use this to maybe address that?
Yeah, so when we prepared this application, you spoke with your police department and got accident history, information on where the problem areas are, and so that's another part of the engagement and the planning process is to figure out not just Main Street but everywhere in town where safety improvements are needed.
Thank you.
And I'd be happy to answer any other questions on anything.
Proposed item number 6, Sylvan Lake bulkhead improvements. Well, obviously, once again, I appreciate the summary. Probably would like to know a little bit more about the details, but for now, I guess two things. You and I have discussed that it was really important to reach out to someone that could have been, and I see you've noted that you are also reaching out. Have you made contact with them yet or not yet?
Yeah, so I had a meeting with them, with some members of the commission a few weeks ago. I know they received a grant. Actually, the American Littoral Society received a grant, I guess on behalf of the commission. So we're trying to figure out the logistics of how they're going to implement that grant. I think they're still waiting for a grant agreement to be executed before they can move forward with that. But I've been in touch with some of those members. I actually was trying to follow up today to try and see where that stands, if they're any closer to getting the grant funding in place, so we can move forward. But I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but just so you know, the list of proposed improvements, these are projects that were where I was requested to either provide an estimate or a scope of work of what it would take to do these projects. None of this has been authorized by the council, mayor and council. So these are not projects that are active. They're just on the books as in the sense that they've been brought to my attention, and I either prepared a scope of work or a cost estimate for your review or for your administrator's review, and that's as far as it went.
I just want to help you out with a little pointer, 1 or 2 points of clarification. One, the Civil Link Commission is different than the group that you met with, which is focused on the restoration project. But the commission is actually a bunch of residents, both from Bradley Beach as well as from Avon by the Sea. And they're resident volunteers, but they are identified as an official commission by our ordinances, and they have a voice. And I want to make sure that at some point you're able to connect with them. And if you need my help to do that, let me know. But
I'd be happy to attend a meeting.
yeah, no, I think it would be very helpful, and give them a chance to ask questions and give you a chance to answer them, because they have lots of questions. And then regarding the bulkhead, I don't know, and again, this is some of the information I need to come up to speed on, but I don't know exactly where you stand in that process. Or I saw the reference to replacing the wood with some other material and so forth. But the group that you did meet with, that's a group of engineers and construction folks that are looking at the restoration project. But as recently as this morning, one of the leaders of that group said it's really critical that Bradley Beach Engineering work with them, coordinate with them, share ideas with them. Because what we do on that bulkhead can very directly impact their vision for the broader restoration of the lake.
Sure.
So, I've said this a few times. I just want to make sure, I'm as clear as I can be, that if you think about restoring Sylvan Lake, the idea of trying to dredge this lake has been around for 20 years. We haven't been able to do it. It's just way too expensive. I've heard numbers of 10 million, 50 million, I mean, crazy numbers. There are some contaminants in the lake, so we can't take that soil anyplace. For the first time, this group has come together, and they said, we have a chance to do some dredging and to place the soil or sediment, whatever, appropriately. And this is, I think, what you've begun to chat with them about. But all these other projects that Bradley Beach is looking at, bulkhead repair, I know you're not, I don't believe you're involved, but the outflow pipe, these are things that I know the mayor and our business administrator are aware of. But what's important is that you, as the borough engineer, are coordinating or at least talking to these others, so that when we look at the broad restoration project of Sylvan Lake, all these other pieces integrate. If we do this with if every one of the engineers that are engaged, we got the restoration engineers, we've got the outflow pipe engineers, we've got yourself as the bulkhead engineer, we've got you as the borough engineer, we got all these different engineers running around. And if they're not talking to one another, we're gonna blow this up. So I'm imploring you to make sure that reach out to me directly. I'm sure the mayor or the business administrator could also give you direction, but please do your best to talk to these other entities, because as of this morning, they were telling me they need to talk to us, our engineers.
Well, at this point in time, the council has no projects in the works on Sylvan Lake. So there's nothing for me to report on. There have been discussions about this cost estimating. How much would it be to continue the bulkhead replacement that was previously done for the rest of the lake? But that's as far as it went. Other than
No,
that.
we can take you farther, but
Yeah.
I need the dialogue.
Sure, okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go to approval of minutes. Make a motion to approve January 25th, 2023 council business meeting minutes. Do I have a second?
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble? Yes. Mr. Gubatese?
Yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox? Mayor
Yes.
Fox? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know. Can you hear me okay with this tone?
No, I can hear you. I wasn't loud enough. That was on me.
Sorry. Okay, public comments pertaining to the 2/8/23 agenda items only, 5-minute limit, single instance per participant. Meredith, if you could help direct me on this.
Good, Mr. Shishias?
Jim Shishias, 112 Fourth Avenue, Bradley Beach. For the benefit of the two new members of the council, at the direction of former Mayor Engelstad, a fellow resident, Rick Bartholomew, and I submitted a report to the Strategic Planning Committee that dealt with the sewer infrastructure. I've reported on this before, but especially for the benefit of Meredith and Jane. And we're very pleased that a number of the recommendations in that report have been implemented, which included having developed a more fair and equitable fee structure. Not perfect, but it's moving in the right direction. A reduction in sewer rents, and then the continuation of the upgrade of the sewer system, which we're all painfully aware of, especially if you live on Fourth Avenue. Further pleased that these two resolutions relate to something that we had recommended that now appears to be moving forward. And that is issuing an RFP for professional engineering financial. However, I'm very puzzled why there are two RFPs. In other words, one for engineering and a separate one for financial. Since in our research, we were aware that there are a number of very prominent engineering firms in the state that routinely have the capability of doing what we were proposing in the RFP, which I'll refer to again, and have done it routinely. So why we have two, I'm not sure. We should be aware that before the former administrator left, David Brown, he had requested that Rick and I, with his help, provide a draft RFP, which we did. And in conjunction with that, we became aware that there are a number of prominent firms that can do what we were proposing that be done. So that to me is very puzzling. I will say, without getting into the detail, included in the RFP that we developed was finally an effort to get at the true cost of providing sewer service with our current system, and then do a true projected cost, which would be taking the result of the upgrades, of which there will be 5 phases, which is only done, we're in the second one now. But developing the true future cost that would also consider the reduction in our cost to the Neptune Sewage Authority that will be sold hopefully from reduction in the flow that we're currently billed for. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sis.
Um,
Any other questions?
On Zoom, we have Rick Bartolome. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing names.
Hi, it's Rick Bartolome, 116 Newark Avenue. To further add to Jim's comments, I think the benefit of having one vendor is twofold. One, I think the cost of having one vendor would be significantly lower than having two vendors respond to RFPs. And the second aspect would just be the time involved. You'd have to have the engineering report done first, I would think, and then you would have to do the financials to do that. And then you have to go back and forth between two different companies. And I think it could be done a lot easier by just having the one company that Jim mentioned, that there are a number of different vendors that have already performed for other townships and municipalities in the state. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, on Zoom, Paulo John Tempo. All right, we're gonna skip over Paula for now.
Hello.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, it's Jack that wants to speak, not me.
Okay.
Are we commenting here on the strategic asset report as well?
Any agenda item, Jack?
Okay, any agenda item? So I just made a few notes as Robin Phillipsi was talking. And I don't want to bring up and regurgitate things which happened in the past, but I'm still a member of the Friends of the Bradley Beach Community Center. And I think she must have mentioned some 50 venues in this town, at least 50, but none of them, in my opinion, is a centerpiece. None of them have the quality, character, and history like 319 Lorraine would have if it could serve as a community center. There is no place that does it all that would bring people together on a daily basis, in my opinion. And the rest of it is all pick and choose at your will. Not to me, a centerpiece at all. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're just gonna do one more Zoom, so we'll finish up Zoom and then go to in-person. Don L. Phone.
Oh, that's Don on his phone.
Hey, if you can say your name and address.
Changing my name to an Italian last name, are you? It's Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Avenue. Just one question for the engineer. When he had mentioned the Park Place project, is that for the entire street or is that just for a certain portion?
I don't know if Ben's still there, but it's a portion.
From where, Mr. Mayor?
It's, the limits are from Main Street to. Just
I
one.
think Central.
Fletcher Lake Avenue.
Up to
Just
Fletcher Lake, okay.
Blocks off of Main Street.
Okay, and are there any plans to do the remainder of Park Place? And if so, when would that happen?
That's either phase 3 or 4 of the sewer project.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. All right, in person. Ms. Meadows?
I did have enough time to move tonight. Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. Always the same thing, or similar things. In no particular order. The 2023-70. When I thought we'd settle this, but I guess not. So let the record show that I am against extending COVID measures to our businesses. And I really would like for this council, at least 4 council members, to put the residents ahead of businesses. Regarding 2023-36, Article 3A, it mentions the execution of rules, including emergency. So I'm going to assume, which always gets somebody in trouble when they assume things, if there's not going to be a hand put out for a stipend for emergency management. It's quite a extravagant compensation for a small town. And I would think there's not any necessity, along with the Schuler car and all of that, which you all weren't even probably living there for. It also says on E, there's to be a report at least monthly to the council at a regular meeting. I come to council at regular meetings. I don't ever hear that report made by. So again, spend my money wisely, hold people accountable. To do what they're hired for correctly. Let's go to the bill list. I mean, I don't know, pick a page. Page 5, Elliott Network Consultants for $6,000. Home sale mailing. Page 6, 38, $297 for tablecloths. Those were the same people who charged us 200 and some odd dollars per shipping for the badges. Then we got billed 2 months later for a badge deposit. Back in $31,000. These are big numbers. Where are the breakdowns? Who's looking at that? Or we just pay people to sit for 3 hours out here while we conduct our business? Our seasonal ads classified as janitorial supplies. I was told numerous times by this administration that come January 1st, 2023, all of these descriptions will be straightened out. Once again, in my opinion, substandard work. We the people pay for it. I don't know how Taylor Hardware, part of office supplies. Village office calculator tape, $83. I wish I had been consulted. I think I have 24 rolls that I will not be using. I will donate them happily. More importantly, how is calculator tape building maintenance? Again, substandard work that we the people pay for and is totally ignored. I think that's what galls me more. Is no effort to do better. And something about perfection tonight. I would just settle for some sort of standards and accountability. I also would like to say regarding 2302, I hope these people do not show up to McCabe Avenue to fix water and stormwater. There is no outfall pipe there. And I don't, galls me. I mean, do you want people to come contracting to work on your house, but you go to a different address? Should hospitals operate on the wrong person? This is what this all comes down to. And in my opinion, as I always say, you guys hold the signatures. You need to hold these people responsible, if not legislated. I just can't beg, plead. You know, we're going out for bid on an IT consultant, and yet we don't even go out for bids or even look at things we just sign off on. And this all comes down, how many times do I get up here and say the same thing? I know Mr. Weber teases me about it. I'm sick of saying it too. You need to review your purchasing policies. Again, with the purchase and that price prior to presenting us with bills. And I guess I will save all my other comments for my 75 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meadow. Mr. Cohen?
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I would appreciate it if you tonight withdrew ordinance number 2023-3 after all the conversation. I just want to be specific about that. I also do want to thank you for reposting resolution 2023-36, the police chief's contract, avoiding any more conflicts than we had in 2017. It was presented improperly the first time. I'm happy to see it being presented properly this time. Also, I want to thank the council for putting out the additional bids for other options for the Biazzi Center roof, whether it be a pitched roof, whether it be a repair, and not just blanketly approving $165,000. So that is, those are really beneficial things. I also want to thank you for putting out the RFP for the feasibility studies for the sewer, in that previously it was presented as a non-fair and open contract. And I appreciate the fact that this is now a fair and open process for bidding. So hopefully we can get better value. I do have one question about the bills list. Page 5. Wow, my eyes are really bad. Did they make it any smaller? 60251, Glick and Walrath LLP. It says a conflict, special conflict consultant. I was wondering what they did for $1,170.
Mr. Mayor, do you know that by any chance?
Oh, so I do believe that the mayor is frozen right now. That's what I'm picking up on by his lack of movement.
Yeah. I think you're right. I was gonna say.
And so can I get a copy of the invoice then, or do I have to open that?
I don't think I have authority to say yes or no, but what I can do is why don't I send an email to the business administrator and CC the mayor and you on it tomorrow to request that.
That'd be great.
And then if she says you have to fill out an Oprah, then we'll go that route.
Okay. I know how to pull that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's Mr. Chef.
Yes, William Ship, 110 Fifth Avenue, Bradley Beach. Reference to 2023, 67 and 68. I think these organizations do a fantastic job helping everybody else. But they're not going to be helping me or anyone that lives near that gazebo at 7:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning playing music. I mean, sound travels at that part of the morning. And the other thing is, are they going to provide any porta johns for them? I mean, you're looking at a lot of people. Where are they going to go to the bathroom? I mean, we allow these organizations to have these walkathons and everything, and there's no bathrooms for them to use. I mean, it's something that needs to be looked into, especially with the music that they'll be playing.
The bathrooms are open.
Yep, look where they're open. Look where look where the function's gonna be. Everybody's gonna be gathering around the gazebo, signing in. You know, that's what they do. And then they have to walk all the way down and.
2 blocks.
You're looking at possible people like 70 years old, you know. Murphy's Law is gonna call them. I put it this way, you do it for the 5K run for the Bradley 5K, why not put 1 or 2? Somewhere's in the area. Just to help them out.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Any other comment from the public? Seeing none on Zoom. Oh, wait, we have one more on Zoom. Mary Ann?
Thank you. I just want to know what the next step is. What will be the process and the timing for addressing some of these issues about owner occupancy and fees and number of occupancy assessments that are going to be dealt with? When will that happen?
I would say you have to stay tuned, Ms. Spillman, because it's on the agenda to be voted on later in this evening.
Yeah, so I'm gonna make a motion to table that because, given the amount of very good input we got from the public, I think it warrants taking a look at and making the appropriate adjustments. So we certainly have this meeting on tape, plus people took notes. We'll be back to this as quickly as we can get to it.
Okay, I just want to add one other thing. There seems to be an error in section 83658, number J. It references section 164. And then in K, it references section 164-5A6. I've done a search. I cannot find any such section. So I think that just might be an error, maybe a typo.
Okay, we'll take a look at that. We'll have Paul take a look at that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comment from the public? Mr. Mayor, I hand it back to you.
Okay, we'll go to ordinances. As I said, I'll make a motion to table 2023-3 to incorporate and take another look at the input we got from the public.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble? Yes. Mr. Gubatese?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, adoption, bond ordinance 2023-02, bond ordinance providing for McCabe Avenue stormwater outfall improvements, appropriating $1 million thereof, and authorizing the issuance of $1 million bonds and notes to finance a portion of the cost thereof, authorized in and by the Borough of Bradley Beach in the County of Monmouth, New Jersey. I'll make a motion, make a motion to open the, first get council comments, and then we'll make a motion.
Go ahead, John.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to change the wording in this title to say the Ocean Park Avenue stormwater outfall, because it's perfectly in line with Ocean Park Avenue. And if the attorney says that that's not a material, serious change, then I hope others would agree.
Yes, that's fine, just make the motion to make that.
Oh, I have to make a motion to do that?
Well, no, just note it for the record, though, you're gonna change the wording.
I can change that. That doesn't have to come from the attorney.
Yeah, yes, you can make that non-material amendment.
So when you move it, Mr. Mayor, if you would, with that change, the attorney said that's okay. He and the mayor is frozen, but maybe you can hear us, Mr. Mayor? He's gone.
No, but
I think he's freezing up.
I just want to confirm with Nancy that it is Ocean Park.
It is. It is.
And also you should make the motion.
Not that one either.
Make
It is
the
Ocean
motion.
Park, right?
It is Ocean Park.
Okay, thank you.
So vote on it, yeah.
You said that last meeting.
And then make the motion to make the amendment, then make the motion to approve the resolution.
Okay, great. The mayor wanted to hear from all of us. So any other comments on this? Or run this one?
yeah, I think we're fine to.
No other comments.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we change this ordinance 2023-02, change the wording from McCabe Avenue stormwater outfall to Ocean Park Avenue stormwater outfall.
Second.
Yeah.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Oh, no, you're just muted. but you see-
Larry?
Muted.
Mayor? Sorry.
No, you're muted, Larry.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, that's okay.
I'm sorry, I've come in and out on Wi-Fi once or twice. I don't think it's on my end. I think it's on the borough's end, so we're gonna have to look at capacity on that. So we are on,
Now make the motion
resolutions.
to approve the resolution with the amendment.
Yep, okay. Start with the consent agenda, resolutions for this meeting. Consent agenda, we have 2023-65. Bill list, we have 2020.
My God.
Oh, well, he froze, so we can go for it. I'm gonna make a motion to approve the ordinance with amendments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Come on, roll call.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mrs. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
It's okay. It's good.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna move along the agenda. We're gonna go to communication. According to the agenda, there is none.
Let's go advertise it tonight, right? Put it in the paper. Okay.
Erica, confirm there's no correspondence or communications?
Nope.
Okay,
There is
great.
not. Thank you.
All right, resolutions, we have the consent agenda. I just want to do a check-in with the mayor, see if he's back yet.
And drop off.
All right, do you want me to read it or do you want to read it?
What is it?
or-
Which, I'm sorry. what's
We're
that?
at the consent agenda, resolutions for business.
Pretty good, right?
I think
Your break. Okay, so for our consent agenda resolutions, resolution 2023-65 bill list for February the 8th. 2023-66 approval of raffle license 2023-2 for St. James Episcopal Church. Resolution 2023-67 approval for the Brain Injury Alliance of New Jersey to conduct their annual 5K walk on Saturday, September the 30th of 2023 from 7:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Resolution 2023-68 approval for the Alzheimer's Association to conduct their annual walk for Saturday, October the 7th, 2023 from 6 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
If I can just make a comment on the bill list, I actually had the same question, and then we're gonna get an answer to, but regarding the conflict attorney. I'm not aware of any conflicts that we had in town where we needed to engage our special conflict counsel. You know, conflict attorney is, we have a conflict attorney, for example, if our borough attorney, you know, if we're getting sued, but the borough attorney happens to somehow do business with the person that's suing us, then we need a conflict counsel. Or if we have, you know, a council person wants a variance or something like that. So I'm not aware of anything like that, so it'd be great to get the answer as to what we're paying the conflict counsel for.
Being that the mayor is frozen and the business administrator is not here, I don't think we'll be able to get that answer tonight. So my suggestion is, do we want to hold that one particular bill and then go ahead and pass the rest of the bills list if there's no other conflicts?
I'm just, if we can do that, that's great. I was just interested in getting an answer, and that's all. So, but if you want to hold it, can we do that?
Yes, we can.
You can pull it.
Oh.
You have to make a motion.
Oh, then I would like to make a motion that we approve the bill list, but we'll pull out the item on page 5, paying the special conflict consult. That's kind of weird. Gluck Walrath LLP, $1,170. Hold that item. Am I doing that right?
We have to first pull it from the consent agenda, then you have to pull that payment from the bill list.
All right, well, then I'm gonna make a motion that we pull the bill list from the consent agenda and vote on that separately.
I'll second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
I think he.
Okay.
logged
That's
out.
okay.
Now you're making.
No.
I think maybe we should call him or see how long he's gonna be till he gets back on.
Well, it's a problem with our Wi-Fi, it's not his.
Oh, it is.
So.
Are you? No?
John, I interrupted only to say, I'd like to make a separate motion. To vote separately on items 67 and 68, the 2 walks.
Okay, so then there's no more consent agenda.
Yeah, we've just blown the.
But there is one consent agenda item left,
Which makes it out
Which
individual.
makes it.
but we won't have to comment then.
Okay, so you will make that
First
motion
of
again?
all, like to make a motion that we just have the opportunity to vote separately on 67, 2023-67 and 2023-68.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble? Yes. Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox? And he's not there. Okay.
So now now I can just go through as if it's a regular agenda. So after discussing the bill list, is there a motion to approve the bill list would it be an amendment or change?
Did you make the motion to pull it from the bill list yet? I don't think
About
so.
to do that now.
Okay.
So I want to make a motion to pull from the bill list the payment to Gluck Walrath LLP, the special conflict counsel. This says consult, I guess consulting. The item on page 5 of the bill list for $1,170 to pull that from the bill list.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Don't see the mayor on there. Mayor Fox?
And then I guess now I would make a motion to approve the remainder of the bill list. As
I'd like to vote on this separately, John.
we don't.
You're talking about.
It's just the remainder of the bill.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the remainder of the bill list, which is resolution 2023-65, the bill list for February 8th, 2023.
I'll second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
So now we're on to 2023-66, approval of raffle license 2023-2 for St. James Episcopal Church. Is there any council comment on this?
No.
Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
All right, 2023-67, approval for the Brain Injury Alliance of New Jersey to conduct their annual 5K walk on Saturday, September 30th, 2023, from 7:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Is there any council comment?
Yes, my comment is really just following up on Mr. Shuck's comments. I was ready to approve this, except I also had not noticed the relatively early start time for this particular resolution, but even more so for the next resolution. So I guess my question is, until we can just answer are these times necessary to be this early? And I don't know the volume. I don't know what to expect in terms of the need for.
The reason why it's so early, they have to set up a stand for people to register.
That's 6 a.m.
Yes, that's what
Well,
they,
no, this one that you're talking,
No, I know. The one I'm talking about is 7:30. But
they've been doing this every year before I was here.
and I have a question, like, do we know that there's amplification and a PA system? Does that?
They didn't say anything about an amplification and PA system in their
In their application?
application. It's just, it's a registration table.
Well, I guess the reason I asked about these separately is I wanted to at least test with the council. Do we have the ability, despite the fact we've approved this in the past, to table this? One date is September 30th, the other is October 7th. Can we table this to the next meeting just to find out answers to these questions?
I would suggest we just ask Michelle, who takes the applications, who's in the next room. Is there any
Is she here
amplification?
tonight?
She's
I
here
can
too.
ask her now.
And just. Leave her down.
I mean, they're not allowed to do anything till 8 a.m. with the sound,
Yeah.
technically, right?
I mean, but we
Yeah.
heard her say that.
Yeah, and you can table it if you
Okay.
want more information. It's just a regular resolution.
I believe we do have the mayor back by phone. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I got off Zoom. It crashed and burned. It told me I couldn't come back.
We're gonna fill you in a minute, so you want me to take this time to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm just gonna take this moment just to let you know, where we are on the agenda, where we, basically the consent agenda is now all individual resolutions. And we are currently on 23-67, and, there was questions about the start time and amplification and noise factors. So that is what Michelle is gonna talk
Yep,
about.
I heard all that. Yep, I heard all that. Thank you.
Get Michelle in here on the record instead of just.
I mean, it should almost be on the application, like you can't make noise until 8 a.m. and
Yeah, I think.
maybe bring up
that's
some of
something
your
I think
ordinance,
it
size, right?
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more just the not.
I don't think there's anything
Yeah.
untoward here.
Okay, maybe they should have.
I just like
Porta
confirmation.
potties.
If we can get that.
Yeah.
If we ask them to pay for porta potty, they're gonna say, well, there's a bathroom right there, and that's exactly what's gonna happen.
I was more interested in this. For me personally, in the start times, just, would it be noisy?
No amplification.
Okay, can you just say so that on the record, since Michelle wasn't able to come in for that?
For the record, the Alzheimer's Association does not have any amplification for their race walk.
And the same for brain injury?
Yeah, Brain Injury Alliance is a pass through. So they don't do anything like here. The Alzheimer's, I believe, does have their registration here. So this is the early.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other council comments or questions? All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve 2023-67.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, individual resolutions. We'll start with 2023-34. authorizing the Ogden Center roof-
Sir.
Sorry?
We have to do 2023-68.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we did the whole consent agenda. We just broke that one out. Okay, I'm sorry. 2023-68. I make a motion to approve. I'm sorry.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
No council comment needed. I vote yes.
Oh.
Well, those we made a council comment.
Yes, yes.
Mayor Fox?
No, you're right. Yeah.
All right, Mayor, now we're on to the individual resolutions.
Okay, individual resolutions, to start with 2023-34, authorizing Biazi Center roof repair project through Provco Incorporated via state cooperative contract. I put this back on the agenda after the last meeting. I'll just do a quick explanation before we make a motion. After the last meeting, I did meet with Kevin Sedembrino and the business administrator. And it was pretty compelling that, this whole project was based on repairing the roof, not redesigning the roof, not changing the roof. It started actually in the first quarter of last year, and we brought somebody in to just do some base repairs. One of our former council people just kind of shot that out of the cannon and said they didn't want to deal with that vendor. So we brought in the architect who did the work that he has done. We did do a comparable, and I think Kim sent that out to the council today. Had somebody do a comparable quote that came in less than the 160, but I think it was like 130 something thousand. But the things that have, I think we kind of started mixing asset strategy with some core responsibility we have. And, we've got employees that are in not a good working situation in a key area, community development. We have customers, meaning residents, coming in there all the time. We have Meals on Wheels in there. And I just felt as though it was my responsibility to get that back on the agenda. I did have some discussions with a couple of council people who I think were leaning in the direction I was leaning, but I wanted to bring this to a vote, and so I'll make a motion to approve 2023-34.
Can we have council comment, please, Mr. Mayor?
Sure. Sorry, I can't read the room, so yes, thank you, Meredith.
Is there any council comment?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Okay. So just to remind the public, if you don't have this in front of you, we're talking about a roof repair that is more than a roof repair. We do have a leaky roof, but on top of that, this is a relatively expensive project. The quote is $163,000 because more than just repair the roof, we want to, the proposal is to, create a little bit of an angle to the roof so water, I guess, will run off. In our last council meeting, everyone on the council to some degree raised questions about, could we add a second floor? Is there a cheaper way to do this? Could we have an angled roof that would allow for solar panels and so forth? And the architect who joined us by phone at the time or by Zoom said, they absolutely could help us understand some of these other alternatives before we committed to spend the $163,000. After that conversation, we were told, the council was told that the architect's not available to speak to us again until next meeting, which is February 22nd. So at least speaking for myself, I was ready for February 22nd to understand what our options were before we agreed to spend $163,000. On top of that, I asked the question of the architect, is there a way to do this cheaper? And there was an answer of yes, but we didn't get into a lot of detail. So I was looking forward to February 22nd to get these answers. I see myself as a custodian of the residents' dollars. As far as I know, the mayor just referenced news to me that we have a comparable quote at 130,000. I don't even know what that means. But if we do have a comparable quote at 130, I'm definitely not voting for 163,000. My biggest concern.
Yeah, Council, let me clarify that.
Please.
Well, what I asked an engineering firm to do, actually Kim did, to say, if given this spec, could you give us an estimate? It was not a down to the Nat's eyelash quote. It was to say, does this validate that the 160 is reasonable? I think that was the intent, and I think that intent was fulfilled. So it wasn't a detailed quote like Pravco did. It was a reasonability check.
Well, so again, I don't know, if you're off 30,000 on 160, that to me doesn't sound all that much of a reasonableness check. However, more importantly to me is the questions that we ask, more strategic questions like what are we doing with this property? What are the alternatives beyond just fixing the roof? I still would like to have those answered. I did exchange emails with the mayor and I said, if there is any risk to the health of our employees, we should move them immediately, not wait another month or two, even if we were to go forward with this repair. So I see that as a very separate, very important issue, but I don't think that should put a gun to my head as a council person to authorize an expense when I have no competing bids. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Any other council comments? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve 2023-34. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. DeMarco?
So while I was prepared, so when I think of these buildings, one, safety is paramount to me. The conditions that our staff is working in is very important to me. I was ready to go ahead and approve this tonight. That's what I thought while going through the documents. I do think there is potential for that building, right? There's lots of things we can do for it. There's lots of different options. What I don't like doing is looking at things piecemeal. I don't like just tackling one piece of property. I really would like a more holistic plan that looks at all this. If this does get moved and we can have a conversation on the 22nd about maybe looking at it a little bit more holistically, what are our options, all that, I'm okay to wait 2 more weeks. So I'm gonna vote no tonight, but it's again, not because I'm not in support of fixing the roof. I think we need to do it. I just feel we can have the conversation in 2 weeks.
Ms. DeNoble?
No.
Mr. Gubatose?
I'm going to echo what I said earlier than what Ms. DeMarco just said, which is if these employees are at any risk of health, the administration needs to find another location for them. This in no way represents lack of concern for our employees. But for the reasons I mentioned earlier, and because I do plan to vote yes for doing a separate RFP to get additional quotes so we can have a fair comparison of what really is a reasonable cost for this particular work, I'm voting no.
Mr. Weber?
Because I'm more interested in resolutions number 72 and 73. For that reason, I'm going to be voting no on this one.
Mayor Fox?
I'll vote yes. For the reasons I brought up, I think we're mixing tactical repairs that we need to be doing that we've been remiss in doing with more strategic discussions. One of the things Mr. Settembrino said was, each one of those options that were brought up the other day are not gonna be free to get those estimates. They're gonna have a cost attached to them. So we're gonna be adding cost on something that I believe is one of our responsibilities is to take care of our sites. So that's why I'm voting yes. Okay, let's move to the next 2023-36 resolution ratifying a new 2-year contract with the borough's chief of police as previously approved by the Borough Council on December 13th, 2022. Make a motion to approve.
Discussion, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Thomas, Council. Okay, yeah, I just have a comment before we vote that appreciate that we tabled this to this meeting because I think it was important for the residents to understand the the details of the contract. I will say that I was involved in the preliminary approval. I don't know what we call it administratively, but as most of you are aware, this was approved by last year's council, but there was a tentative nature for it that it needed to be ratified this year with our new council. I was involved in last year's approval. And I felt very confident after a lot of research that I conducted on my own and conversations I had with the labor attorney, that this was a very appropriate outcome for both the Borough of Bradley Beach and for our chief of police. So want to make that comment.
Okay, do I have a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
I just want to make a quick comment before I vote as well, because I did not attend the meeting in December, the executive session. But I did have the benefit of talking to someone that does benchmarking compensation for a living, or used to, Councilman Gubitosi. And he explained to me about the base pay, about the bonus pay, the longevity, the stipends, they're common historically with police contracts. The perquisites are standard, nothing unusual. And he also said he was speaking with labor attorney. And again, very standard, and that's why I'm voting yes, and I feel very comfortable with that. And I also want to say thank you to the chief and the entire police department for keeping us safe.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-69, resolution to support the governing body authorizing Sustainable Jersey grant funded by PSENG. Make a motion to approve 2023-69. Do I have a second?
We want discussion. Well, I didn't know if you wanted to share with the public.
Sure. Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll just give a little history to this. This is in the December 2022 meeting of the Land Use Board, it was discussed that we would like to start doing some more planning, really tackling those issues. And you know, we had talked about there was a grant coming up that specifically allows for planning and with environmental issues around the master plan. So Borough Planner Christine Bell identified a sustainable community plan as one of the options that we could go for. So what this grant would do is it would give the borough funding for to establish targets and indicators, a vision and goals, and an action plan to become a sustainable community plan. And within that, there's so many opportunities for public input, and that's what I really like about the design. So there'll be a town hall public, if the grant's successful, there'd be a public town hall where the public can come in and talk about their goals for sustainability and what they see as their priorities. This will involve the Environmental Commission, the Green Team, the Land Use Board, Borough Planner, members of the governing body. So this could be really great for the community if it were to get awarded.
And who's drafting this?
Great, no,
The first draft and second draft are done, and I will be hopefully submitting it. But yes, I did offer it. Thank you, Mr. Trustee.
okay, thank you for that description. So made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubitosi?
No way would I vote no. Yes.
That's a yes, yeah.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Thank you, everyone.
Yes. 2023-70, resolution continuing temporary relaxation of enforcement of provisions of the Borough Code to provide local businesses with the borough with expanded capacity and additional space to practice proper social distancing during COVID-19 crisis through November 2024 to comport with new PL 2022 C.85 signed into law by Governor Murphy on August 3rd, 2022. Basically, this is a temporary relaxation through 2024 to align with the governor's what he signed into law back in August. So I don't know if anybody has any comments or wants to comment on it.
I'd like to make a comment, Mr. Mayor. I was actually really surprised to see this on the agenda just when it appeared, just because I feel like the timing was off. And, you know, at the end of last year, we had a request from a business to have this thing in place. And through the discussion with that business owner, we learned that they sent a letter to the town in July asking for this to be, you know, extended, and the council was unaware of that. And, you know, what turned out is, I guess the sunsetted, and, you know, I'm talking about Darcy's, the World Cup happens once every 4 years, and they wanted to have their tent and be able to have everybody in there in December when the World Cup was happening, and we didn't.
Well, that couldn't have happened anyway, because you have to have your tent down by November 30th in any case. So that wasn't an option. And Mr. McGill came in, well, the only option that there was in that case was if you wanted to get a 2-day permit, or the Cameron was 2 or 3 day permit, and he really wasn't interested in that. So he completely conformed with the requirement of it had to be down by November 30th.
Well, my concern was that he sent a letter back in July and it never made it to the council, so, and then apparently, he was kind of upset with the council when that happened, so I'm happy to do this. I just feel like, we could have, the whole thing could have been handled a little bit better in the second half of last year, that's all.
Mr. McGill came in, there was a miscommunication on that. We explained it all, and I don't know if Mr. McGill's there. He was there before. I think he was at the meeting. Is he there tonight? I don't know if he is or not, but regardless, we did work through that issue with him.
I also have a comment. One of our residents mentioned it tonight. Others have mentioned in the past that, they see this as the council's going to either vote with the businesses or with the residents. And I understand the primary concerns expressed by a handful of residents that have reached out to me, relate to the parking. And obviously, if we have a tent in the parking lot, we're limiting parkings to more on-street activity. So many of the votes we make every meeting are pretty cut and dry to me. It's an easy yes or it's an easy no. I mean, this is a legitimate question. I think COVID has been a tough challenge. We still have questions ahead. Where it's going to go. Does it get eradicated? Is there a new variant that comes along tomorrow? I'll tip my hand now, but I'm inclined to give the businesses as much leniency as I can, given the nature of the world around us. And I say that in part knowing that I don't feel the drain on our parking resources is as critical as it might have been even a couple of years ago, thanks to the fact that we were able to create, I don't know how many, 20 or 30 new parking spaces along 2nd and 3rd Avenue. So I've given this a lot of thought, but I've tipped my hand as to how I plan to vote.
Okay, if there's no other comments, I'll again make a motion to on 2023-70. Do I have a second?
Okay.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-71, authorizing the administrator qualified purchasing agent to advertise for requests for proposals for professional IT consultant calendar year 2023. Make a motion to approve 2023-71.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-72, authorizing the administrator qualified purchasing agent to obtain cost estimates for alternate options to address the leaking roof at the Biagi Center. Motion to approve. Does somebody want to second that?
I believe there's council comments, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry? Okay.
Point of order, we should be afforded the opportunity to have council comments for every one of these resolutions.
Yeah, no, I'm waiting. If you have I'm making a motion, but as soon as you want to jump in. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to thwart it. I'm just trying to move the meeting along. I'm sorry. If you have a comment, just jump. I can't, I'm not sitting in the room, so I can't see. I'm sorry.
Well, understood. I feel like we're saying this every motion. It would be just helpful if you ask for comments. Thank you.
Well, okay, fine.
So, my comment on this particular, resolution is, this isn't what I envisioned. I don't know, I'm not speaking for the rest of the council, but I wanted to find out. The council, for the benefit of our residents, the council asked, what are our options? Before we spend $163,000, can we raise this roof differently? Can we put solar panels on? You've heard the story. We thought there would be a relatively straightforward exercise, i.e. inexpensive exercise, to give us a sense of what these other projects might cost. When I read this draft of this resolution, it strikes me that we're basically being asked to authorize what could be a fairly intensive project, using really detailed specifications. And I don't want to spend $50,000, $100,000 getting specifications priced out to tell us that raising the roof will cost us $1 million. So I guess my hope was, in this particular resolution, we would basically be asking, not doing a competitive bid, but rather just asking our architect, and I thought we could do this unofficially, how much would it cost to put this together? I mean, if he says a relatively modest amount.
Right.
I'd like to know what that
Yeah,
is.
so I understand your question, and that's the question I asked him after the council meeting last meeting, because I was concerned that we did go off track. My view of the world, again, was that we had a building, we had employees, we needed to get this fixed, that we've been working on this for a number of months. So my question to him was, could you do an estimate in a reasonably quick, by this meeting? And he basically said, I cannot. For what you're asking me to do, it's not, I'm not going to put a back of the envelope or even a kind of a ballpark, because it's just not the way he would operate. So, which surprised me a little bit, to be honest with you. I thought he could do a reasonable estimate. He did not commit to that. And he said, when I commit on the 22nd, I'm going to, basically say it's going to take me a little bit of time, and it's going to be a cost to do these estimates. So that's what he's coming in with. And that's what drove me to, I can't get into a long-term strategic conversation and this is me speaking, I understand there's a difference of opinion here. When I've got a building that we worked through a process from probably April, May through the end of the year, came up with an estimate and felt pretty good about that. It's a state contractor. This architect's worked with a state contractor on a number of projects. So there's a lot of confidence in getting this fixed. I understand the strategic issues, and I wish to God, 2 years ago, we could have started on our strategy for our assets. Unfortunately, when you put 319 Lorraine in the middle of all that, it created a difficulty with the strategy. So that's what we're faced with. I would have liked to have him come in today with some kind of estimates, and he couldn't do it. So that's what drove me to say, look, if we can't do it and this is going to drag on, I'm going to bring this forward again. So that's my synopsis of what's going on here, Councilman.
Well, I guess, and again, for everyone's benefit, the resolution basically says the mayor and council hereby authorizes and directs the borough administrator to obtain cost estimates in lieu of replacing the roof. I would like this resolution to say, we're asking, I don't even know if we need a resolution, we're asking our architect to give us a cost for doing that. Like, I don't want him to spend.
Yeah, we can have that. Yeah, he can come in 2 weeks, and I can talk to him tomorrow and say, can you do that? But the way I walked away with the conversation with him, and again, this is my own view, is that this was going to be a $30,000 or $40,000 set of analysis, which perplexed me, given again, my mission was, we got to fix this building. It's I was looking at this very tactically, not strategically. And, I look at things strategically first, but in this case, I was in a tactical mode.
Well, all I'm saying is, Mr. Mayor, you've come up with a number of whatever you just said, 30 or 40,000, but could the architect give us that number? I mean,
Oh,
is
yeah,
it-
no, he'll give us that number. I'm telling you, I think that's what the number is gonna be. And that's just based on my gut from the conversation with him. You know,
Yeah.
no,
so-
he can do that. He can do that.
Hold on a second, I need my reading glasses. I'm gonna make a motion, see if anyone agrees, to table resolution 2023-72 until we get a cost estimate from the architect to give us a cost estimate. Is there a second?
Second. Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble? Yes. Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay. Sorry, I lost my place. 2023-75, authorizing administrator QPA to advertise requests for professional engineering services to conduct a sewer analysis.
Mr. Mayor?
Time out.
Mr. Mayor? We're
Oh, I
on
missed one. I'm sorry.
73.
I'm sorry, I missed one. I jumped around, sorry.
We missed two. We're on
2023.
73.
Yeah, 2023-73, authorizing administrator QPA to advertise for bids for the Biazi Center roof repair. We dealt with that one. Then 2020, we dealt with that one.
No,
2023.
sir, we only tabled 72. We didn't have any action on
Oh,
73.
got it. I'm sorry. 2023-73, authorizing administrator qualified purchasing agent to advertise for the bids for the Biazi Center roof repair. I'm not sure why that.
Should we have discussion?
Yeah, I'm not, yep, please.
This is where the agenda development started, before we found out that, we might want to accelerate the approval of the proposal. Originally, we said we should have just some other competitive.
Got it. Now I'm there now. Sorry. Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. Yep, I was just jumping around here a little bit. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead, Councilman.
And so the only thing I was going to add is, I do think this is just due diligence. I mean, just to get from other qualified bidders, some other proposals for the exact same scope. If they're all in around that same range, I think the council feels much better about considering that. I would say, when we authorize this, could we add, along with the specs we already have in place, could we add, basically the question I asked to the architect at our meeting 2 weeks ago, is there a cheaper alternative? Is there a quote unquote a patch? I don't know what the right terminology is. Along with the scope of raising the roof, giving us a slant, doing all the downspouts buried in cement, can we just get an estimate for a quote unquote patch? And the only reason I'd like to have that in hand, if the council agrees, is if we were to look at an alternative that said, next year, later this year, we want to add a sloped roof or something, would that patch buy us 2 or 3 months before we had any concerns with the building again? So,
I just want to make a point. Yeah, so I just want to make a point on 2023-73 is that I think some people are under the impression that we can bid this out as is and choose not to take the low bid. My understanding from the QPA is that that's not the case. We would have to take the low bid. One of the concerns Mr. Settembrino had was a lot of people who do roofs out there, and I'm telling you that you get a low bid roof person that isn't of the quality of somebody like Profco, you got a problem. So he put that red flag out there for me, and that's what concerns me about this particular. We have the state contractor has worked on a number of projects, and I'm just very nervous about this particular roof and this particular repair, just because of the history, and it's a flat roof, and what we don't want to have is work done that doesn't play out, and we got a problem. And this is a state contractor that's been certified. So That's the concern I would have with 2023-73.
Could we ask our attorney?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
No problem. The question is, local, public contracts law. Are we required to accept the low bidder regardless of any other issues?
Yes, for request for bids, you accept the lowest responsible.
Yeah, responsible. I don't, I mean,
There's only a few reasons, none of which are applicable here, that you would be able to reject the lowest offer.
Well, for example, if they're not certified by the state of New Jersey.
It has to be more specific than that. There's a whole laundry list of requirements in the statutes, such as they've been taken, like their license has been taken away. More so than a previous experience. It has to be almost like they've been, a court has adjudicated them for their quality of work, basically. I mean, I can pull it up. You want me to read the laundry list?
I'm just curious, like, why do people ever do an RFP if they're always forced to take the lowest?
No, RFP is different, and RFPs are.
RFP is different than bid.
Right, so
Yeah.
a request for bids is when you set out somewhat like a request for proposals, but they come back with the actual number and a cost estimate, and then you choose the lowest one. A request for proposals, more so of there's no definitive number in the request for proposal responses. And so that does not have to, you don't choose the lowest bidder there because there's no bidders. A request for bid is an actual bid. An actual number.
So, for example, this wording says we're authorizing the administrator of the QPA to advertise for bids. If we said to request proposals, RFP.
There's two here that I think that are up for discussion, right? Are you discussing both of them?
73.
Yeah, one at a time. Right now, we're 2373.
So for, just to contrast, 74 says a request for proposals.
Mhm.
So that is different than advertise for bids, which is a subject of 73. So if you do 73, then you're gonna choose that lowest bidder. If you do
73 and 74 are two different topics. The one's about
Yeah.
sewers and the other.
Oh, I'm sorry, I mean 72 and 73. I'm sorry. It's the same thing, isn't it?
72 is tabled.
Okay, 72 is tabled?
Yes.
Sorry, I missed a lot when I went to it.
So.
Okay, so then if you want to not have to choose the lowest person, then you would do a request for proposals, but you need to tell them what you want them to propose.
Right, sure.
Well, let me say for point of clarity, I believe this is here because I requested it, and I believe I requested RFP. I could be wrong, but it was just the terminology issue.
Well, this is gonna be above the bid threshold, so it would have to be just a request for proposals for the assessment of the cost estimate. You wouldn't be able to then award them the contract. You would then need to still do advertisement for bids and have them bid that number that comes back in their request for proposal, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So this is above the bid threshold. You're talking about repairing a roof.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that needs to be a bid.
Oh, I'm good with that, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm
it's above
still-
it's above the 44, yeah.
Or 46, whatever the number.
It's 44, so
Yeah, whatever the number is, yeah.
So the question in my mind remains, it sounds like the rest of the room's got this down already, but if we want an RFP and we're not required to accept the lowest bidder then because there are different criteria apply, why would we have proposed this as advertised for bids? Why not? What's the downside to requesting an RFP as opposed to bids?
well, you have to do a bid because it's over the threshold.
Yeah.
Can't do an RFP over the threshold, you said?
You can do it for cost estimates, but not for the actual work.
Yeah.
I am struggling with this. I
Okay, so
apologize.
this
So we
2020
could do an
73,
RFP to ask for cost estimates, so they would give us a cost estimate of $150,000. We would say, yes,
And then we have to go out and get.
Bid for that
somebody to
work.
Bid on the work, like it's sort of a two-step, like somebody puts together the specifications, whatever, and then we go out. And get somebody to.
Yeah.
to do it.
Like, yeah,
okay, I would like us, the council, to have competitive bids. So I guess that means bid.
So that means bid. That's the bid process.
And I would like us to see.
Okay. So-
In our bid request, we could require appropriate state certification. We could, right? I mean, we can't just have
Right.
somebody off the street.
No, right, of-
Say,
yeah.
I'll fix your roof.
There's certain qualifications that all of the contractors that would be bidding have to meet,
Okay, and through those.
but it's a
qualifications-
competitive process, so, you know, these people, the contractors that are responding to it, they're gonna try to outbid each other.
That's a good
and-
thing, right?
Right, that's a good thing,
And we have to take the lowest one.
but you have to take the
If
lowest
they're all-
one.
if they're all
Who knows
qualified, I guess.
what it's
let's
gonna be.
turn about that. Okay, that's just me trying to say, okay, so this is worded as it should be for my purposes of requesting bids. Thank you for that explanation.
Yes, yeah. I just want to double check, does the resolution say exactly what you're requesting bids for? Because now that you've tabled 72,
That says
It would
repair,
be-
replace the roofing system on the Viazzi Center. That's
so it would just be the roof replacement, you wouldn't be getting the bids for different alternative options. Right. Just to be clear,
Yeah, and
so you're forgoing the alternative option route and fixing the roof.
the concept here. Okay, the
Christina.
concept here, which was just,
I thought I did.
Here.
the concept here was, I've got this in emails to our attorney, Mr. Cannon.
Yes, I've seen it.
And to our administration, was to basically have a parallel path. While we looked at options for doing other things, we would also get other competitive bids. That was the idea, so that at the end of the day, if we decided we wanted to build a second story and put a slanted roof that had solar panels, we'd have that option. And if we decided, no, that's gonna cost $2 million, we could come back to this question of the existing recommendation. But the existing recommendation, right now, we're looking at one bid, 100, or one proposal, whatever, 163,000. The idea was parallel path. If we come back to where we are today, at least let's have some competitive alternatives.
I understand the reasoning behind both of the resolutions. I think that the difficulty is that you're trying to do them both at the same time. And so
Yep,
you
yep.
need to solicit for bids based on what the alternatives are and need to basically decide which route you're gonna go in order. If you're gonna fix the roof by just fixing it, or if you're gonna do the second story, or whatever the other alternative options are that are sought. That would be the bid for that type of repair. At that.
So 2 weeks from now, the 22nd, the architect will tell us, or maybe he won't, but we'll have some more insight than we have today about the strategic alternatives that the council has inquired about.
Right, and if you decide to go those routes, then you would want to bid for that type of work.
But we,
Yeah, but I think what he will not provide us in 2 weeks, I want to be very clear on this. He's not providing us a cost of any of those options. He's going to provide us, I think, you know, looking at a slanted roof is, you know, I can do an estimate on that, and it's probably in my design is probably in the neighborhood of $5,000. Doing a second floor, my estimate to do this work's $15,000. Doing a tear down and replace is $15,000. I'm making up numbers, but that's what he's coming back with. Again, I know Kim tried to push him to do more, but he was very reticent because he said this is just going to go down a slippery slope, and wherever I quote, it's going to be inaccurate, and I just don't want to go there. You know, it's the first time I've dealt with this particular architect, but you know, he seems very very competent and has done a lot of good work. So I had trouble challenging him on it. So just a point. That's what you're going to get in 2 weeks. And which is a lot of this complication. And I don't want to come back to 2023-34, but when I heard all of this from him, I said, you know, I got to get a roof repaired, guys. So that's where I was coming from with the 2023-34.
and for those of us who are concerned about, you know, judiciously spending taxpayer money, we're trying to find another alternative.
Well, we're all concerned about taxpayer money.
Well,
So let's-
I
let's
appreciate
not-
that, Mr.
let's
Mayor.
not
You just keep
differentiate.
saying the same thing, and I think we're beyond that.
Can we vote
Well,
on
I
this?
May I humbly make a suggestion that we make a motion to table this, that way we can bring it up at the next meeting and talk about this holistically instead of one piece tonight and another piece.
I will second that.
Thank you.
So you're making a motion, Meredith?
Yes.
A second?
Second,
Okay. Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, 2023-74, authorizing the administrator, qualified purchasing agent to advertise for requests for proposal for professional financial consulting services to conduct a sewer analysis study.
Maybe a council comment, Mayor?
Yeah, that's why I'm not, didn't ask for a second. That pause was for a reason.
Is there any council comment?
Yeah, you know, when this was on the agenda last year. And it was just to one, like an engineering firm, and it was stated tonight, the reason it was rejected was because. It was a non-fair and open, and we wanted to get, you know, hear from multiple firms, and I don't understand why it's two different. You know, it's financial services. And then there's another one for engineering service. You know, the question's been raised tonight, why two different types of firms to do this? Why can't we just have one firm do this?
not only was the question raised tonight by Mr. Shishius and Mr. Bartolome, who both worked on this project a couple of years ago. But I very clearly requested that this be one consolidated resolution, so I'm not sure why it appeared as two separate resolutions as well. I don't know if the mayor would know or someone else would know, but the concept was to have one firm provide real cost of the sewers and development of a number for the council that would identify a quote unquote real cost for the sewers. That would give us an analysis as to the pros and cons of considering the potential sale of the sewer. There was a third element 2 years ago in the specifications, as I recall, that was at least saying if the borough wanted to evaluate a sale further, that entity that would be the winning bidder, what would the price be to create an RFP? So it was a fairly compact set of requirements a year or two ago, when I know Mr. Shishius and Mr. Bartolome put it together. So again, I'm not sure why, unless maybe Mr. Mayor, maybe you know the answer, but if not, I'd suggest we just combine this into one resolution. Mr. Mayor, do you know why we?
What I can tell you is that whenever it was 3 or 4 months ago, we were, I think the resolution was to have H2M do the analysis. From the business administrator's viewpoint, H2M was kind of the premier experts in this kind of analysis. It was not seconded. So I have not been in contact with the business administrator on these two resolutions. My assumption was that it came from council, that this is what they wanted. And, again, we're experimenting with this open agenda deal, and we're clearly stubbing our toe in a few places. So, I'm not saying that's the council, I'm saying across the board. So I would recommend maybe we table this and get clarity from the business administrator when she's in tomorrow.
Well, Mr. Mayor, my point was that, yeah, like I said, it was, you didn't get a second because it was a non-fair and open, and this council was not interested in non-fair and open. But it was one engineering firm, and if let's just say it was seconded and it was passed, we would have had an engineering firm give us this assessment of the sewer, sewer analysis study that we were looking for. So why now is it turned into an engineering and a financial services one? you know, that's the question. I think the council wants to move.
I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
So, I mean, just. I don't understand why, like, if we just put the one out there for the engineering, I don't know why we wouldn't have what we need and just do that. I don't know if it needs to be combined or, but I'm interested in somehow moving this forward.
Can we, could, again, part of our discussion, could we alter the language on this resolution to say requests for proposals for professional consulting services to conduct a sewer analysis?
Say it again.
I'm trying to
Combine.
not
the two.
distinguish between financial services and engineering services, and just to say for professional
Well-
consulting services.
Yeah, I think one of the, so let me clarify one thing. Just give me 1 second to find this.
I think that the reason that it's separate is because the administrator had concerns with it being a combined analysis.
Yeah,
for-
yeah,
Uh,
Christina, I'm sorry. So the request came in, so this is part of this open agenda process. Councilman Kubatosi, you requested on the January 30th, conduct an RFP for sewer analysis, 1, to determine the cost of the sewers, and 2, the feasibility for the sale and development of an RFP. So I think what Kim interpreted from that was these 2 resolutions. So
No,
that's all.
Okay, I have very specific email where I said, no, these should be integrated. One firm should deliver an integrated proposal to us, an integrated solution to us.
Yeah, maybe there's a subsequent email. I'm just reading the one that I had in front of me. Sorry.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm wondering, asking my fellow council members, if we said request for proposals for financial and engineering consulting services, can we combine it like that into one? To conduct a sewer analysis? I'll make that motion and let you respond. I'll make a motion that we amend the language of 2023-74 to read as it reads until we get to the point where it says for requests for proposals for financial and engineering consulting services. So if we can add the words and engineering after the word financial to conduct a sewer analysis for the borough of Bradley Beach. That's
Wait,
fine.
after financial, what do you want on there?
Yeah, after the word financial, say and engineering consulting services.
I would like to second that.
Mr. Marco?
Oh. No.
Oh, okay. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't hear did you go through the vote? I didn't hear, it was breaking up, Erica. Could you go through the votes?
You want me to redo their votes?
Yeah, I just couldn't hear. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Just read it.
okay. Mr. Marco?
No.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Still yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote no because I think I would have preferred to table this, get the insights from our QPA BA, so I'll vote no.
Okay.
Okay, 2023-75, authorizing.
Just for the amendment to
Oh, I'm sorry.
74. So
Oh, I would have voted yes for your amendment, I'm sorry.
So
Yeah.
that's the amendment. Now you gotta vote on the actual resolution with the amendment.
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, so I've got 2023-75, which
Okay.
is
We can withdraw that.
Okay, but the attorney, Mr. Mayor, was saying that we just voted to amend.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, yeah, I know. I was gonna say 2023-75, just to pull it.
Okay,
No.
but vote for 74
Motion to
now.
withdraw.
Right.
2023.
But we gotta do it, we gotta vote.
All right,
we gotta vote on it.
let's do 74 first.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with the clerk here. So we did the motion to amend, and now there should be a motion to approve 2023-74
With the amendment.
with the amendment.
Okay, did we not vote on that twice?
No.
We only voted on the amendment, and now we
voted
actually
on the
have to vote
amendment.
on.
Well, that was my toe.
Which passed.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That is a big.
You have no idea.
Okay,
Okay.
is there a second or?
There's not even a motion yet, somebody has to make.
You have to make a
motion.
motion.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we amend resolution.
No. The motion, a great amendment.
I'm gonna make a motion, a really creative here. I'm gonna make a motion that we approve the amended resolution 2023-74 that now includes the wording and engineering. Second.
Mr. Market,
No.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
No, for the reasons I stated before. Okay, so 2023-75, are we, do we just need to?
Draw.
Really, we,
Just vote.
Just a motion to withdraw.
with
Second,
motion to withdraw, yeah, thank you.
second,
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. You're gonna have to help me with this, Erica. This last resolution, is there a 2023, is there an additional resolution that just says, I don't have it numbered, 2023-76?
These number 76, Greg just sent it to me before the council meeting. It was sent to all of us.
Okay, so we are going to proceed with that.
Yeah, he sent me the resolution.
I
Okay,
think,
so it's, I'm sorry?
Mr. Mayor, I was just gonna make a comment that since I requested this resolution and we all just received it minutes really before the council meeting tonight began. I think I'd like to make a motion that we table this until our next meeting, just so we all have time to review it and make sure we understand it.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree, Councilman. So I'll make a motion to table 2023, I guess it's 76.
Correct. Second,
Mr. Marco,
Thank you for this motion, and yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, we'll move towards mayor and council reports. We can start.
Mr. Mayor, are there any announcements?
Yes.
We're at number 12 announcements.
There's no announcement.
Oh,
No, no.
oh, I'm sorry. There are no, I'm sorry. I jumped. There's no announcements. Go to, thank you for that. Mayor and council reports. I'll start with Councilwoman DeMarco, please.
Sure. So I am on the behalf of the business administrator going to read the first aid and fire department report. Oh, you want to not?
Yeah, that's fine.
No, then I'll let Mr. Weber, I'll let Councilman Weber do it. I'll just stick to my environmental commission. The environmental commission met on February 6th. They are, we talked about the electric vehicle charging stations and sending that out for re-advertisement and solicitation. I can't speak at this point in the night. They are also working really hard on their 2023 event schedule. So again, the Maritime Forest, it's going to be the 10-year anniversary in September, so look forward to something there. The Environmental Commission is also working on some presentations about lead poisoning and starting to adopt a drain program, and also talked about the REPI grant, which was referenced earlier on Sylvan Lake, how that's moving forward. It's a $140K planning grant. The contracting's in place, or the contracting should be in place next month, hopefully. So that I also did attend Ellis Island, A Dream of America. Councilwoman Noble, Councilman Gubatose, and Councilman Weber were all in the audience with me. So they had a VIP list there. It was an amazing performance, very timely, and if anything, I think it helps to serve as a reminder to be empathetic, right? To be empathetic to our neighbors and to be neighborly. So thank you to the Arts Council for that, specifically Julia Rand, who does such a great job. And that is it.
And just to follow up with that, Julia is asking people to donate to UNICEF and in honor of the Ukraine children. So that would be nice just to mention them. That would be great. Some school updates. The PTA is looking for donations and they are doing a gift auction on March 19th. Mark your calendar, Sunday at 3 p.m. at the Ascension Center. They're also looking for donations of gift cards, Amazon cards, Visa cards, new gift items. If you know anyone that has anything like that, if you don't have it and they'd like to donate it, they can go ahead and bring it to 500 Newark Avenue. At the Jensen residence, or just stop by my house too, 612 3rd Avenue. Also, some really cool things going on at the school. They had a virtual author visit. Angela Dominguez is the author and illustrator of many children's books. The students loved the question and answer part, and she also read from the book Stella Diaz Has Something to Say. And they also had on Tuesday, February 7th, they had a wonderful school-wide musical performance to celebrate Black History Month. And the drummer from the band, Bernard Pretty Purdy, is the world's most recorded drummer, and he played there. And they also are celebrating World Read Aloud Day. And they're sending Valentine's to the troops. 2nd grade participated in the Valentine's Day program, sending out cards to Earl Base this year. And the 8th grade trip, they're going to Neptune. They go to Neptune High School and they're continuing to develop the relationship with Neptune and Red Bank to ensure that the transition to high school is successful for the children. And they're also going to have a dance, the Snowball Dance, Friday, February 10th. And that's 2020, this is 2022, but I'm assuming it's 2023. Since, will be more accurate. And then tourism update. They're having a Mediterranean Festival, March 25th, Saturday, 2 to 8 p.m. at the Ascension Center, 501 5th Avenue. Food, dancing, music, market, great for the whole family. It's an indoor event, so everyone is welcome to go. And that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Gubatowski.
During this evening's meeting, most of you, if you were paying attention throughout, which I know it's challenging at 10:30 at night, we tabled a number of items that I personally wanted to address tonight. Unfortunately, there was not enough time, one in deference to our audience, but also the council really basically waited for most of a week to get updates that didn't really arrive until today. So I didn't feel it was fair, even though I personally wanted to advocate for these particular changes, both in Chapter 5 as well as the last one, the payment restrictions 2023-76. I chose to table these just so the council would have more time to evaluate. But I guess so the residents understand what's happening. There is a little bit of a power struggle, I'll call it, between the administration and at least certain members of the council. I'm not going to speak for everybody, but anyone who's been paying attention may have noticed that we actually voted not to retain the auditor, and then we agreed to table the engineer, the labor attorney, and the Oprah attorney until this meeting, only to find out that the mayor was no longer willing to nominate those positions because I believe the mayor did not want us to vote on it. I'm trying to understand this. We're in a little bit of a tug of war, honestly. We're not right now being able to name our professionals as a council. And some of these issues that I've tabled till next meeting were intended to address some of the legal questions that are being raised. So I wanted to make that as clear as I could. At our last meeting, I actually said, beware, any professionals who were not officially authorized by this council, you may not get paid. I just verbally stated that. What I was hoping to do today was present something more formal as a resolution, but there's again, so much change to what I envisioned, and it was delivered to us so late that I didn't think it was fair to anyone to propose that resolution tonight. On a totally unrelated note, I've made the mayor and our BA aware of concerns that have been raised to me from the public about handicapped access to our beaches. And when a handicapped individual, actually a wheelchair bound individual, brought this to my attention, my first reaction was, wait, we have, as far as I know, we have handicap access, at least to the boardwalk. And the point of clarity made to me, and I think it's a very good one, and I'm asking our administration to follow up on this, is getting onto the boardwalk is fine. Even getting down the two places where we have ramps can be fine. Getting out towards the sand on Moby mats can be fine. But at the end of the Moby mat, where does the person in a wheelchair go? So there are alternatives that were presented to me in Asbury, for example. So alternatives do exist. I was even told it's really tough to navigate a 180-degree turn in a wheelchair on our Moby mats. I unfortunately had not anticipated that myself, but this was brought to my attention. So you will hear more about this. Hopefully, I think the mayor did say he would follow up with Asbury and look into this further. But you'll hear more from me going forward about how we can better improve handicap access to the sand at our beaches. Also, just want to make sure, people keep asking me about this. I'm planning to have a workshop on beach lockers. People keep asking questions about the beach lockers. We're getting closer and closer to Memorial Day. So right now, just to make sure we get it on the agenda, I'd like to actually make a motion that we have a workshop on beach lockers at our next meeting, February 22nd.
Okay.
Mr. Marco?
Oh, I'm in a pickle here, Councilman. I want to have a discussion on beach lockers, absolutely, but we just tabled chapter 450, chapter 5. I mean, those are
we also
big
have San Marino
discussions.
coming
And
in.
we have San Marino. What I just don't want to happen is we're in a situation where then we've run out of time and we're doing it again. So if there were a motion to put it on the meeting after that, I would gladly support it, but for next meeting, I'm gonna have to say no, but I'm not opposed to the
I
discussion.
know in our last meeting, the mayor, yeah, no, that's okay, that's okay. The mayor, in our last meeting said we would discuss it in January's meeting, so we discussed it in February, and of course, we've now had one February meeting, so I'm gonna let my motion.
Well, no, I
stand.
never,
That's fine.
I never said we, I never said we would review this in January. I'm sorry.
Okay, whatever.
But I look forward to the discussion, but I am a no.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatese?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
What is the motion? I'm sorry.
Have a discussion on beach lockers, a workshop on the next meeting.
In the next meeting?
February 22nd.
Yes,
Okay.
there really is no issue with it, so that's fine. Yeah, I mean, if we want to play the motion game, that's fine.
Play the motion game, okay. There are games we're forced to play because we can't get certain things we'd like on the agenda all that easily, so we'll play the motion.
Is your report complete, Councilman Gubatose?
Oh, it is not. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Also, just so the residents are aware, the borough has been making new hires, full-time employee hires. I did bring this to the mayor's attention, and I believe at the next meeting, he will formally communicate those hires, but I just wanted the borough to know that we have not yet communicated new hire additions. And then finally, I did want to, well, two finalists. I wanted to thank Robin Flipsy again for her presentation today. And I also did want to thank Julia Rand for that wonderful presentation of Ellis Island. My comments are now concluded. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Weber?
Mr. Mayor, if we can keep this going a little bit longer, there's a couple places on Main Street that open up for breakfast at 6 a.m. So who's with me? I hope.
Well, unfortunately, we're going through the growing pains of an open agenda. So we're gonna have to think about
I
what
think
an open
there's.
agenda really looks like.
Mr. Mayor, and we never officially adopted an open agenda, although it's a worthy idea. I just hope we can all agree that maybe having 5 things, 5 items per workshop is not such a great idea. And everybody knew that short-term rentals was gonna take a long time. It was really obvious. So I think we could have had some foresight on that. Couple other things, because short-term rental, we talked about it for a long time, but I just encourage people to write to the mayor and council about their thoughts on the short-term rental ordinance, because I'm not sure everybody was heard. On a sad note, I learned that one of the longest lived residents of Bradley Beach, a woman named Bessie Peterson, passed away. She was 98 years old. I do remember knocking on her door this fall and sitting in her living room and talking to her, which was just a great and quite an experience. She's been a resident of Bradley Beach since 1944. I can't even do the math on that, but it's a long time. So and there are folks like that out there. So I think I'm gonna take it on myself to find other people that are in this ballpark league, and maybe get them in here and recognize them, because I think it's really something special before they pass away. So Bessie Peterson's family can stay in your thoughts. On the fire and first aid, I'm going to read the report and just the fire and first aid. They've made a request that they have a council liaison. They've had a council liaison for the last 50 years. There is a role for the borough administrator to deal with the leadership of those departments, but they also, the departments themselves, the rank and file, they want a council liaison. So for first aid, for the operational period ending today, the squad responded to 14 day calls, 4 night calls, total of 18 calls, 6 were for medical, 12 were for fire calls. Squad conducted 1 drill for safety and education of the membership. There were no out of town mutual aid requests. The squad required 1 mutual aid from Neptune in this operational period, and they fulfilled 99% of their assignments for this period. The fire department, again, same period ending today, department responded to 12 requests. They did 2 training drills for safety and education of their members. There was no out of town mutual aid request, and they did not request any mutual aid from out of town. And the fire department fulfilled 100% of their assignments for the operational period. Both are still looking for volunteers. They offer free training to qualified individuals. Anyone who wants to volunteer for the fire department or first aid squad, applications can be found on the borough website. And they want you to know that there exists a cooperation between both the fire and first aid squad that's allowing them to keep answering the calls for citizens' need for medical care and for fire protection at no cost, 24/7, 365. This was submitted by John Zeck, who is the secretary for both the fire and first aid. I want to mention the Arts Council as the liaison. I went to see Ellis Island an additional time, which was good. It was great. So thanks again to Julie Sandra Rand, Jacqueline Snyder. They're to be commended, and everybody on the Arts Council, because they had more folks. Dan Lees, Joanne Papiani were both present and part of the productions. The Fletcher Lake Commission meets tomorrow night. I'm going to go for my first meeting with them tomorrow night, so I'm looking forward to that. A couple of news items that you can use. The New Jersey Anchor Tax Rebate Program was extended till February 28th. That's by the state of New Jersey. This is a program where homeowners can get up to $1,500 in a tax rebate, and renters can get up to $450 in a tax rebate if they qualify. Just Google NJ Anchor Program if you haven't applied for that as well. And I'm going to make an effort to go about finding where all the AED machines are in this town. That's the automated external defibrillators. Hold your applause. But I'll give credit. A retired nurse in town, Linda Duffy, just brought this idea to me, and she's in the audience. I said, "This is a great idea. We're going to figure this out where they all are." Folks know that a professional football player that basically died, his heart stopped on the field. His life was saved by an AED machine. And so I think it just brought awareness to them, and most public buildings have them, but I think I'm going to make the effort to find out where they are in town and just announce that. Maybe we'll put it on a document somewhere. I can tell you in the school, there are 3, and they are right outside of the auditorium on the 2nd floor, right outside the door. Is on the 1st floor by the main office. And in the ground floor basement level, it's just outside of the entrance to the gymnasium. It's actually closer to the nurse's office. I have been informed that there's one in every police car. There's a mobile one in every police car. Absolutely. That should actually be enough, but in case that's not enough, I think there are some in the other public buildings. I'm gonna get the exact locations and announce that at the next meeting. And people should know that these machines, you don't have to know how to use them. There's actually audio instructions when you open them up. Essentially, if you know nothing, you can just be walked through it like it's basically a tape place. So pretty neat. Again, thanks to Linda Duffy. This is a great idea, and I just love getting ideas like that from residents. I see that Councilwoman DeMarco and Councilwoman DeNoble have a set of business cards in front of them. That's great. I'm up here 6 years. I don't have any business cards. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who you know. I don't know what the deal is. Do I not
You
get
needed
one?
to last
I
year.
I got the Y last, like the Y chromosomes. I don't get one. I don't know what's going on there, but hopefully we get some in the future.
Yeah, I'm only 3 years, so.
Okay, so but that is the extent of my report. Thanks, and thanks everybody for hanging in there and your patience, and thank you.
We can get those ordered for you.
Okay.
Sorry, these are on the website.
Okay, we, let me start my report with, we made some good improvements on our website. I got a report yesterday with 13 very specific improvements. I won't go through each one of those, but we're continuing to improve our communications and our website. It's been mentioned by just about everybody about the Arts Council winter production. It was a rousing success. Again, dedicated to the people of Ukraine. Very well done, very moving. All 6 performances were fairly well attended, and the Arts Council did a great job. We appreciate that. To the library, winter reading is open to all ages through February 28th. February 9th, which is tomorrow, it's Read to a Dog, children K through 4th grade, invited to practice their reading skills. Most Mondays 3 to 5 is Nintendo Switch for kids, and then one-on-one computer assistance. You can make an appointment and get assistance on improving your skills. Recreation, there's on February 12th, a core health seminar on heart forgiveness with Alethea. And then Tween Hearts Dance on February 17th, open to grades 5 through 8 at the Rec Center. Don't forget Valentine's Day is Tuesday, February 14th. Great opportunity to shop local and take your Valentine to breakfast, lunch, or dinner in town. Our 2023 municipal calendar is out. If you haven't received it in the mail, you can pick one up at the municipal building. And we are continuing to work on the Lorraine Avenue Church estimates that we had committed to get completed. And hopefully by our next meeting, we'll have those. The last thing I wanted to cover was, I was informed last night by our business administrator, Kim Humphrey, that she will be leaving Bradley Beach to take a position in Keyport. When Kim was hired in June of 2021, at that time, I remember she stated she would like to retire from Bradley Beach. She had already kind of gained an affinity to our community, which we all can understand, our residents who live here. Unfortunately, that hasn't played out. I was concerned about the work environment and warned about her frustration in this environment back in September, and unfortunately it was too little, I guess. We all need to reflect on this and make changes as we find appropriate. I think Ms. Humphrey is probably the most qualified, productive, and effective business administrator in Monmouth County. In 2021, I interviewed over 30 candidates for business administrator position, and Kim was a full head above all others. Our tremendous loss is Keyport's gain, and I wish her the best. That is my report, and I will now go to public comments.
So we'll follow the same strategy we've been using all night. So we'll go first to Paul Neshemek on Zoom, and then we'll do in person.
Hi, I'm still here and I'm still awake, but I would like to recommend, if possible, that these workshops be moved to a separate meeting other than the council meetings. Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is a possibility.
That's something we can certainly explore. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, in person, Ms. Meadow.
I have not yet moved, because I can't take my locker with me, that's the whole reason. Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park, condo, I don't even know where to begin. You're on a roll tonight, though. And maybe I used up all my luck, but please legislate the following, because I'm tired of saying this. When you do the roll call, part of it should be identifying who is here, who is on Zoom that receives funds from the borough. I'm tired of asking for it, I'm tired of being insulted, and I'm tired of having the Zoomers be insulted. It's nice to know that we're hiring people, you know, why not extend the payroll? But we no longer advertise for these people in the coaster, in the new coaster or the CoStar. I find that really a bad limit to the pool of hiring. Perhaps we'll change that when we get a new VA. Which brings me up to the fact, because again, I'm not allowed to ask questions, I can only make comments. A bank is not a payroll company. And to learn that at the last meeting absolutely blows my mind after all the problems we had with payroll and sick days and vacation days. And so we went to paychecks, and now we have a bank doing our payroll. There's a part of our population that is not at computers. They constantly make known the fact that they feel left out. I don't understand why you can't solve the problem, and I guess we have to legislate this. That when you have the agenda published, you electronically send it to the library, the rec center, and Borough Hall. I guess send it to yourself, and they can print 3 copies to leave at all the counters. You don't have to kill a tree. It is our ink and our paper that we ultimately pay for as taxpayers, but perhaps these people might feel a little more included in the process instead of interrupting, frustrating them. Is that me making that noise? I don't know, Al. I forget Al was there. I also have to go back to a lot of, well, you're fixing the website really. I still look at the first line incorrectly punctuated. I don't understand the order of the council and mayor as they appear. We go through this every year. Then I really don't understand the order you're sitting in, because we read from right to left, I mean left to right. So that doesn't make sense to me. It was also really disturbing to me that the borough municipal calendar, which is on paper, seems to differ from the borough calendar on the website. Just again, shocking, but I'm kind of getting used to those kinds of things. And I would tend to think that the calendar on the website would at the minimum list the days that the borough is closed. I guess we're up with 365. It was very, I have to go back to the meetings from December 13th. That's how long it's been to really be able to speak. And you're talking inclusion and being nice. And yet the VA had meetings with department heads to assess that year. What about us? I've said this for how many years? Residents, civilians, taxpayers, whatever you want to call us. We need to have input into how things are run, because it's a different perspective as a, I want to say, user, consumer versus as a service provider. And once again, slapped in the face. I don't know why we need to turn everything into a big deal here. You know, the charging station is a really good example. All I wanted was a couple places to charge a bicycle and be a car or two. We got into this whole thing in Ocean Avenue and side streets and really, just a degree of common sense. And let's go back to the website. Is an alert a dog license? I would tend to think an alert would be the warming center. So after you figure out the defibrillators, Mr. Weber, take on a task to inform us about our warming and cooling and emergency centers, and as I've always said, and what is there. And if I'm the 121st person and can't get into the firehouse, where am I going?
But you'll know if there's a defibrillator in those.
I know it's not the biggest one because I've seen it there, okay? You know, like, but those aren't secrets. And I know, oh, and if you want to know about how to get to the beach and ramps and handicap housing. I'll take you back to when I first came here and they put a ramp at the Horseshoe. Well, I guess I can't finish my story, but you couldn't get from the street to the to the ramp. And go to Park Place, you can't, they have no ramp.
Thank you, Ms. Marabella.
Beto, you'd be happy to know that
I have a ramp.
your first item about knowing who is here, the professionals, that's part of one of the things that we tabled. But that's,
We have language drafted.
we have language drafted for that. We just didn't get to it tonight, so.
They're actually listening to me.
I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't go that far, but I'd say
Future engineers and architects tomorrow, so be careful.
All right, Ms. Duffy?
I'm exhausted. I don't even know if I can talk. I have Jean's paper, Linda Duffy, 312 Brinley, and I don't remember Jean's address. I think it's 419 Park Place. I'll read hers first. She wants something done for seniors here, she says. There are no provisions for seniors or the disabled. I would like to see transportation to doctor's offices, shopping, if town could make some type of an arrangement so we could get free transportation, like maybe give us out faster. No housing, and there's no health resources. We don't have a health department here. I checked on the website. I called Monmouth County, who has a health department, and they cover us, but they never really do anything for us, and nobody from town can get there if they have no car. She said, we may be old, but we'd love to enjoy this town. So I wanted to thank you, Mr. Weber, for bringing up the AEDs. So I think the town needs to have staff meetings on AEDs and emergency procedures. We have a great police department. I went to the coding office. I said, oh, where's your AED? She goes, what is that? They don't even know what it is. Same thing with this building. The gentleman had to even find out just it's in the police station. I said, fine, that's good. At least you know now what it is, but they didn't know what it was. So maybe they need a little training. And I think the town would like to have training in AEDs. I know it's stupid, you know, it's idiot proof, but it's good to just get familiar with the machine. And what else? Oh, I would like the town to offer some type of a CPR and Heimlich maneuver for the residents if they chose to have it locally instead of having it go to Mount County.
we have several people on. both
They
the
told me.
Police department, first they do these trainings, so a CPR one and one on AEDs is possibly in the works. You
Great.
might hear about that in the future.
And I also approached them and I asked them, because I worked in the ER for many years and we always got patients in with unresponsive and a bag of pills. No medical history or anything. Some type of a form that if people in town chose to fill it out correctly and put it in a specific area in their house, when they entered the house, they had the form available if there was nobody else to get the information, because you don't always go to the hospital of choice. And you're not in their system. So that's what I'd like to say, and thank you, and it was a great meeting. It's a little long.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen?
Thank you.
Thomas J. Colan, 612 Third Avenue. I just want to clarify a couple things about this Biazzi Center roof. Okay, that was a Biazzi Center, it was a senior center. Under the Engelstad administration, it became offices. Well, the roof leaked when it was a senior center. So they built the offices knowing the roof leaked. Then Mayor Fox, under your administration, you built more offices, knowing that the roof leaked. And now all of a sudden it's hurry up, let's spend $165,000 on the contractor that's state licensed that we chose. So I'm happy that this is going to get resolved with Mr. September, but everyone needs to understand the history here. When you do construction, first you fix the roof, then you build the offices. But it would be nice if we could have our senior center back. Also, Mayor, you said tonight you're stubbing your toe on this agenda preparation. Well, you've been doing that for 2 years. I mean, it must be hurting. Because after 2021, you have Tim Sexsmith, the then council president, step in to prepare the agendas. That didn't work out any better. And now it's 11:08 and we're still here due to your situation. What I recommend is that you communicate and you cease hoarding information and you share it with the council. If everyone is on the same page, it's not really that hard to create an agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Ms. Greenblatt?
Shauna Greenblatt, 414 Monmouth Avenue. I'm just wondering if there is a plan in place to address the issue of the spotted lanternfly. We were, we saw it on the beach last summer, and if I would imagine the state is addressing this, the county's dealing with this. Are we addressing this?
I haven't heard nothing.
Okay, so, and,
I mean, we had with a shade tree, we had a lesson on how to like kill them. But I don't know, but you're saying like a statewide or borough-wide?
Well, if it's worse, it's gonna inundate our beaches, which is what we saw a little bit of last summer.
Right.
so what we can do is, we have a person in town that mapped out where all of, one of their favorite habitats is the tree of heaven. And, there are places in town where there's trees of heaven on borough property, and, so we can certainly take care of those. This person has also mapped out where they are on private property. We can't cut those trees down, but we can maybe make the residents aware. I believe that person's been put onto the shade tree commission. Like, we're still waiting on that.
I think she spoke with Larry Bagwell, but I'm not sure if spoke with.
Oh, okay, so,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
hopefully we get that person on the shade tree commission, at least as an alternate, and move forward with that. So addressing one of their favorite habitat is a pretty good place to start, and we have control over it.
I mean, we're not alone in this issue, so I've got to believe that there's planning that's taking place at the county level and informing the communities. So, I mean, it would really be a shame if we see this and maybe we could have done something. So, yeah, I think informing the public, if they do have these trees on their property, and even if there's some sort of assistance that's provided to be able to try and eradicate it throughout Bradley Beach. So maybe the borough can support the residents to, remove whatever is on the trees rather than, tree companies coming. I mean, the borough definitely addressed property trees and removing trees that were dangerous and covered the cost of it. So I think this is something we really have to think about.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, and, we made Tree Heaven Tree of the Month just to raise awareness about that a few months ago, and, but again, if we get a west wind, they're coming in from points inland, so,
And it should be, more than just Shade Tree Commission dealing with this. This is big, obviously, larger issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no more hands in the building, going back to Zoom, there's Mr. Greenberg.
Hi, thank you, Councilor Marco. Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave, and I may have missed this because I had to step away for a bit. Have the applications for beach lockers been sent out yet, or is that still a work in progress?
It's still a work in progress.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just regarding the website, Meredith and Jane, your names are there, but your pictures aren't there yet. So.
I had a photo this evening.
And then another thing that wasn't on the website was the last minute edition of 2023-76. That was nowhere on the website for the public to see, or the public that wasn't at the meeting. I don't know if they actually had printed out that one for the.
Don, that actually got tabled and I just received it right before the council meeting.
That was right before the meeting. Okay, I thought it was.
It was drawn up by the attorney.
Okay. Thanks, Erica.
Welcome.
And I'll just echo Mr. Cohen's sentiment on communication. It's obvious from the number of questions about things the administration knew about that council didn't, that, the pledge to be more communicative from the administration to council hasn't really come to fruition yet. And we're 6 weeks into 2023. So I think that's something that the administration needs to pay more attention to. It'll make the town run smoother. And that's basically all I have to say.
Yeah, and I would just comment that that's a two-way street. So I appreciate your comments, and we'll always try to improve our communication, but it's a two-way street. So thank you.
Well, two-way street is one thing, but it's the administration. I'm not done. I still have my time. I'm not done. I still have a few minutes left. If it's it may be a two-way street, but most of the proposals come from the administration, and I've never seen a proposal that came from council be delivered minutes before. It's always proposals from the
That-
administration
that-
or
that-
information.
that-
I'm not
that-
done
that-
speaking, sir. Please don't
Well,
interrupt.
no, but
I
I'm
won't
just- I'm
interrupt
just
you
clar-
if you don't interrupt me.
No.
So,
I just
and
wanna make the
that's what I
point
have
that
to say. It
that's not-
seems like,
which is- But
it seems like what I see at council meetings is always last minute information from the administration coming to the council. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed.
yeah, so Mr. Greenberg, the last minute information you're talking about wasn't from me. It was actually our legal folks came with last minute information, number one.
No, I'm
Number
talking about
two,
in general, Mr. Mayor, not a specific
I'm
instance.
sorry, about what?
I'm talking in
Well, no,
general,
I'm
Mr.
saying-
Mayor, not a specific instance.
I'm trying to address it specifically, and things that get on the agenda are a combination of the administration and the council that ask for things to get on the agenda. So it's just not the administration putting things on an agenda. It's both. So I'm just trying to clarify that point.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and it's not just agenda items, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Gubatosi had several questions to ask of the engineer, reports that had been out for at least a month that the council hadn't received. So that would be another example. And those are the things that, would really make the town run smoother.
Mr. Greenberg, we are way over time, but thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman DeMarco.
There are no more hands in the room and there's no more hands on Zoom, Mr. Mayor.
So I would make a move to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just say something really quick before we adjourn. So I just would like to let everybody know, meeting for February 22nd. Because of the Senabrino architecture firm, they were able to do it at 6 o'clock. So the meeting on the 22nd will be at 6 o'clock. And yes, Mr. Cohen, it'll be in the papers on Thursday. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Make a motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman.